Um, since we are starting kind of late, I'm just going to speed through the intro. Basically, party had about 10 days of travel time. Over that time, many interpersonal relationship stuff was kind of discussed. Some stuff between Auntie and A Star, Scales the kid, A Star and the kid. Basically, people were just kind of hashing stuff out and kind of seeing where stuff stood. Over those 10 days of travel, the goal for the party was going southeast to either hit the edge of the forest or, any road or anything, basically just continuing that path until they ran into something. Most of the time was spent either foraging or Scales and Auntie were working on artwork to potentially sell down the road, consuming basically a good chunk of what paper and supplies they had left, but you guys still got a little bit for notes and stuff. But for the most part, you guys are out of paper at this point. Um, A Star and Auntie also, or A Star and Kestrel also did some scouring the forest for anything that you guys could scrounge up to potentially like put in the wagon as like, oh yeah, we are selling stuff. We're traders. Because you guys want to enter into the town or the kingdom of Lara under the guise that you guys are just travelers, and if anyone asks about your guys's, lack of horses, basically you guys were under attack. You lost your horses, and you guys gave the order to the kid to strain pull the carriage through the gates, like pretend like he can't really pull it as well as he can, because the party agreed to that going into Kingdom of Lara, you guys don't want to set off any alarms, so you guys want to appear as simple as possible. And once you guys get into the domain of the kingdom, those who can will, get information to see the situation, what's acceptable, the rules, all that jazz. Um, Another big chunk of the time was spent between A Star and the kid. While he was pulling the wagon and she was scouting, they had a lot of time to telepathically like have some conversations, catch her up to speed on some of the stories and events that the party has gone through. Which some of that was handled off screen just because it's a lot of explaining and no one wants to sit for 2 hours or 3 hours of the session, just repeating. Um, and they also started training because A Star wants to be better prepared to be frontline fighter. So her and the kids spent like an hour or so before dinner every day, basically just training. Um, Eventually, you guys came upon an actual fucking road, and the party decided to head south along it. Best guess is southward direction. And yeah, that you guys decided to park for the last night. A Star and the kid basically went out to train. Instead of train, he took her up to a tree because he wanted to see if he could see anything. Since you guys were on a road and you know, ooh, road, maybe there's signs of stuff. And while A Star and the kid was up there, she finally and confessed that she wanted to fully commit to her faith and belief and prayer to the kid, accepting him as a new entity for deification in her mind and view. She said that she thought that he was worthy for that role, and that she would do whatever it took in her power to help protect him so that he could fulfill that role and to reduce the chance of him dying and her losing yet another god. Um, so they had a moment where she offered prayer to him and a promise through telepathy, but through it, it shifted and changed to just a prayer. And she once again felt the similar connection that she once did to Sarai, her previous god. And after a moment of being inside on top of the tree, once they came out of this like semi trance, they were on the ground and she saw that he had wings. They rescinded and she was like, "You had wings," and he's like, "What?" And he tried to like fuck around with his back, like to try to pop them back out, but he doesn't know. And he also wanted to scout in the tree again, and a bit timid, but you know with some provocation from her, he decided to kiss her. And with gaining a new god and getting her, she walked back to the carriage as the kid went to go back up the tree to scout again. She made it back to the carriage, told Scales that, hey, guess what? You officially have one more follower, which Scales was happy about. And as they were discussing that, the kid came through the door, opening it, saying, like, I see light down the road. It's about maybe a mile-ish or something down there. And I see light. It was getting like nighttime, so the light was more apparent. And the party decided to start heading down the road to check it out. So, with that in mind,
Mhm.
oops, I started it just to stop it. There it goes. Nope, there it goes. I should probably adjust my volume so I
Please
can
speak
see
good
more.
music. Please speak good music.
I know, yeah.
It's just Forest Night track, okay. Okay, so you guys, I'll say that you guys have probably moved the carriage back onto the road.
Mhm.
What do you guys do?
I would like to quickly remind the DM and for other party people, Scales is a snake wrapped around A Star's neck,
Yes.
Okay.
and the necklace pulls.
So
Yeah,
who's going where,
Mhm.
and what are you guys doing?
So, Kester will say, I think we should enact the plan we talked about previously.
You mean with the gate?
Yeah, essentially. Just because we don't know whether this is not a good town.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it was a town. I just saw a light.
I know, but worst case, literally one of you guys, let's say it's just a full-on like bad thing, knock on the door, we'll come rushing out.
Also, this way we can practice our lie, our cover. We can practice our cover.
I mean,
What-
it's not entirely a lie. We were lost, and we saw light and checked it out.
Another thing that we might be able to do, I could slow pull the carriage in Kestrel if you wanted to. Um, I know Scales, you're around A Star right now, but Kestrel, couldn't you just take Scales and scout,
Essentially, yeah.
I mean, yeah, telepathically.
and then she could basically communicate to me,
Mhm.
which I could
Yeah.
relay that to the rest of the party.
Ooh, that's a brilliant
Yeah.
idea.
Mhm.
Carry me.
Hey, 1 second. Kestrel puts on her hood to cover her white hair.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. But
no, sorry, Diamond.
Um,
And Damon, tell like Kestrel as well. I'm guessing there's a telepathic link between.
yeah, he's doing that. He's
Cool.
keeping
It's
stuff
like-
to go.
Yeah, and Kestrel, if anyone questions why you're carrying a snake around, like if you get caught or something, you can just say, "Hey, your animal companion is injured. Needs help."
yeah.
Well, I think the goal is information first.
I
not-
know,
Yeah.
but it's more just in case people question why he's carrying a snake.
I mean, here you go. Kestrel takes off Scales and just starts passing Scales to him.
Yeah, it's not so much a
Kestrel-
pass because again, she's a medium-sized snake, so she's pretty fucking large. So there is like Scales you do have to like kind of crawl over towards him and and then the kid
Wait,
kind
do you
of
want me
takes
to
the
go in?
toga.
Do you want me to go in the hood, out the hood?
I'm gonna tell you right now, because of Kestrel's clothes, there's no way you're
Okay.
getting inside there.
Okay,
I was
that's fair.
being nice with A Star because hers were kind of loose and it's a
Yeah,
chain
yeah.
shirt. This is form-fitting leather.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
yeah.
fair.
But the kid is gonna offer you, because it is still fucking cold,
It is.
Yeah.
putting the toga around you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that can work. Yeah, just to get the scales warm.
Yeah, we can't see Scales in the hood. Sorry, I had to.
I mean, you can do you can show yourself off scales. Just don't overly announce yourself either. You know what I mean?
I mean, I'll
I
put
mean,
my
the kid
head
is also
out so I
gonna
can
tell
still
you-
see.
Yeah. Kid is also going. Which one did he choose? Shit. Which one did he choose? Fuck. Okay, he chose that one. Okay. Scales, you are gonna feel a slight pull from you, magic wise,
Mhm.
as the kid reaches out and he touches his hood or the toga,
Mhm.
and he makes it look black.
Okay, does that take anything?
No, he's just using
Okay.
your cantrip power.
Okay, that's fine.
So, so was
I think we're just gonna stay here and just follow.
Yeah, I'm just
behind
going
him.
ahead, see what's going on.
Give them a
Let's go.
couple hundred feet. Yeah, Kestrel, it's just, I mean, it's hard to say because my vision thing, it's, things that are very far seem really close and it's kind of hard to differentiate sometimes.
Hmm.
Maybe a mile-ish.
Okay.
So maybe us stay back maybe like 600 feet or so.
Yeah. Just keep out of like, I guess,
I shot.
easily visible range.
I'll slowly pull the carriage and I'll keep my vision's still up and I still got it for a little bit, so I'll be able to get us a bit of distance. But I'll aim for 600 feet.
Question,
Gotcha.
DM, does this count as dark vision for Kestrel? Or is
Yes.
I have dark vision.
Yeah.
it? Okay, I just wanted to clarify if you're going to use the glasses or not.
As he puts over or she puts on the hood and then adjusts the goggles.
I'll be given.
Look,
In fact, can I give you
Feeling
assistance?
real like strong vigilante vibes right now. Leather armor, hood, the fucking goggles.
Yeah. I will
They
say I
like
can't
it.
give assistance, so I'll do my own separate check.
Call me Purple Arrow.
Jesus Christ. The gray arrow.
Yeah.
Easily you could go with silver arrow. White hair.
Okay. And you probably should not go by road. We'll go by road. You stick to the woods.
Okay.
And he is going to start slowly pulling the carriage because, stealth. Are you going to stealth through?
I imagine so.
Okay. So because stealth is a slow, thing, he's really like Auntie and A-Star, and especially since he can tell where Scales is, he's slowly pulling it. Like it's very slow.
Self roll.
Yes,
Do it.
and the kid is also gonna roll one as well.
I imagine I need to roll one as well.
Hold on,
Oh,
A-Star,
before-
Auntie.
And then
Yes.
Yeah.
I need to know where you guys are going as Kestrel and Scales just start going into the woods.
A-Star planning to stay by Damon just because the light could be scary. She doesn't know. She just doesn't want to fight if he has to fight.
I just need to know: are you walking or are you?
Yeah,
getting
she's
carriage?
walking beside him.
Auntie,
Before they go, I want to say something.
who? Kestrel and them?
Yes, Castro and Scales.
What's up?
I just kind of want to go to like, you two be careful right there. You got this. And I'm just going to boop them both on the face and take bardic inspiration, both of you.
thank
Okay,
you.
okay.
Okay, mark off those uses of bardic inspiration.
Sure. Yeah, I'll just keep it in my mental note. I tried to click on inspiration and it turned into a dragon for some reason.
Yeah, that's what that happens.
Yeah,
Yeah, don't the inspiration. Remember that inspiration is
DM inspiration.
DM inspiration.
Yeah.
My mistake.
I like clicking on
Okay.
it just to remind myself I have inspiration.
Let me just here you go.
I haven't clicked on it. Oh,
Because
okay,
it's theater of the mind. If you want to, you can just put a mark on your token right now. The bardic inspiration.
Oh yeah, we have new
Oh, yeah.
tokens. Yeah.
Forgot about that.
So if anyone needs that, if we're ever doing that, I'll
It's a
try to keep
reminder,
the page
it's
with your
this one.
tokens.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
Just gotta-
Okay.
okay.
And A-Star, did you want to cast guidance on someone or did you just click it?
I just clicked it by accident.
Okay.
But I probably would cast on the kid.
Do so.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast guidance on Damon.
Okay. Just walk up and boop him.
Yeah.
Boop. Kid giggles. Okay, so Kestrel and Scales, you guys start making your way through the woods. Auntie, where are you at?
Just for sake of being quiet, I'm just gonna sit in the carriage.
Front or
Probably
back?
on the back of it.
Okay.
Yeah, back of it.
Okay. Like kind of trying to be hidden.
Yeah, kind of hidden, just kind of so I could see out the back, able to pivot my head, but then just kind of slink back under it.
Keep in mind, stealth and looking out, especially in something like this in the carriage, you get the sense one or the other.
Yeah, I'm just going to be in the back of the carriage hiding then.
Okay, so stealth, you're focusing on.
Okay, yeah, yep.
That's basically what I'm asking. Are you trying to focus on stealth or perception?
Well, Acer's out of the cart, so I'm not going to focus on perception then.
So stealth. Okay, so I
Yes.
need a stealth roll from you, Auntie.
Yee.
Okay. A-Star, are you trying to be quiet?
Yeah.
Okay, I need a stealth check from you.
Perfect.
Okay. And a stealth check from the kid with disadvantage because he's pulling a cart. With guidance. Okay.
Yeah, max guidance.
Yeah.
Okay. Now for Kestrel.
Mm-hmm.
Because technically, Scales, you're covered in a black cloak right now,
Mhm.
and you're not moving. So Kestrel, I need you to roll me a stealth check with disadvantage, because
Okay.
you're carrying a heavy fucking snake on your shoulders.
Sorry.
I figured. It's alright. 13. Alright.
And
Yeah.
you also have
Horrible.
Bardic Inspiration if you want to use it.
I may hold on to that just in case.
Let me
So
just
you are
throw
holding
the.
on to it.
Yeah.
Let me just throw out the spell card for anyone who needs it.
You don't need to. It's fine.
Oh, wait, is it within 10 minutes?
There's a time limit on it.
Okay, then yeah, I'll use it.
Okay.
I mean, 10 minutes. Yeah, sure, you can.
See, this is why I didn't want you to throw it, because it's player choice. Anyways,
16.
okay. So 16 for that. Okay. So, you guys slowly make your way down the road, and with no time at all, there's a bit of a gap between where, well, A-Star and Auntie, you don't know this, but there gets to a point where like the kid kind of gets like that 500-600 distance, and he just kind of keeps pace with you, Kestrel. Kestrel, you travel for a little while because it is a mile-ish, going at a slow pace because of stealth. You get to the point though that you start to see light kind of coming through the woods, and about 100 or so feet in front of you, you are noticing that the woods are coming to an end.
Am I able to make out the lights at all, or like what's around them?
Is the light seems to be emanating from past the tree line.
I will essentially, if I'm not at the tree line already, I'll essentially
You're
peek
not.
my head out.
Okay, so give me one last stealth check.
Yeah.
As you're, because now you have your goal and you have to move up to it.
I assume disadvantage still.
Yes.
Oh, fine.
Okay.
not bad.
You move up to the tree line, and you peek out, and a few hundred feet from the end of the tree line, you see what looks like a carriage.
Mhm.
And it seems like there might be light from either a torch or a campfire. It's hard to say from this distance, but you see kind of the light there, and it's kind of like the carriage is beyond the light, so the light is actually showing like the shape of a carriage.
Mhm.
It seems like a wagon covered. Can't make out too much more detail than that. And
Mhm.
it seems like there might be boxes or stuff like around the camp. Like imagine some boxes, a
Mhm.
campfire, a torch, and then a wagon. So
Okay.
like whatever the light is, you can't really fully see because of it, but you do
Okay.
see this kind of rough shapes of everything from this
Can-
distance.
I was gonna
So-
say, can I do a scent check?
Perception check to try to sniff something out. Sure,
Yeah, with my sneaky tongue.
sure.
Yeah.
You also have eyes, but sure,
I know, but I imagine snakes do that as well.
sure.
Oh wow.
Natural 20.
Okay.
Nice.
Um,
I'm like a stiffer snake.
you smell faint sweat. That doesn't smell like Kestrel's. Very faint though.
You know his scent too well
It's
to know
either
it's not.
something far away or something came through here not too long ago.
Okay, so sweat.
But visually, you look around, and besides, because there's still detail. Just because it's a nat 20 doesn't give you supervision.
This means you succeed.
You don't see anything else. You do, however, get a little bit more detail. To the left of the campfire, it's kind of hard to see because you got that light emanating, but there seems to be like a field of high grass. Like looking out of the forest towards this fire to the left of the fire. And it seems to be just on the cusp of the light, which kind of makes it hard to really tell it's there. But just because of the nat 20, you're like, oh yeah, there's some high grass that way. Like it fields kind of open up, and it seems like this section after the woods has been kind of cleared away.
I would like to basically transfer all of that to Damon, so he can
Okay.
then transfer all of that back to Kestrel.
Okay.
Yes, telephone this information.
He immediately goes, I can't.
Oh.
I can't. My connection goes that far, but mine to Kestrel doesn't.
Okay.
Uh,
Hang on.
so that's
Scales would just be like, she would like poke you with her tongue, and just be like point to the wagon, and put
Yeah, be very careful with what you're about to say.
oh, I gotta think. She is gonna attempt to write the word threat
But-
with her tongue on his neck.
I want, because you don't know what's happening. She's just kind of licking you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scales, I want you to roll me a performance check.
Not a person handling check?
No,
Okay.
performance check.
Okay, 22.
Okay. That does beat your passive. So you catch on that like she starts licking your neck, and you're like, what the fuck is that? Like, why are you licking my neck? And then you realize after like she does it once, then there's a slight pause, and she does it again, and you're like, wait a second, that's the same pattern. Wait a second, let me really think of what she's doing. The first one's like a squiggle, then another squiggle, but you're like, oh, common letters. And it takes you a moment, like 5 or so minutes of playing this game of telephone with licking them. And at this point, your tongue's getting a little dry, and you're like, oh god, he tastes so disgusting. But in Kestrel, you're like, sweat. Or sweet. I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell. Sweat or sweet.
Gotcha. So two things, Damon.
Fuck, I just
One-
drink the tea.
One, Kestrel whisper, tell D about the carriage. It's a carriage and a campfire if you haven't already.
She just like nods on your neck once.
Kestrel nods and so I do gotta ask a question because I don't think Kestrel at this point has done his own perception check. Did he see that grassland that was?
Go ahead and
kind of,
roll a perception check.
Yeah. Because he's gonna look for somewhere outside. 16.
You do not. Because of the diffusion of light from the stuff behind it, you know how the light works. You can't make out those details. Like, because it is dark and you see that light, it's your focus is drawn to it.
Do you see somewhere outside?
Scales would just like try and gesture as if, looking down onto the ground. If Kestrel puts her on the ground.
No, she looks at the ground.
He
You
points
need
to
to
her.
stop. Okay, honey.
Yeah.
Stop saying what you mean.
I know. I know.
State what actions you take as a snake.
Fine. She tries to like wriggle towards the ground.
I mean, you're a snake. You can climb down.
Oh, if I can climb down freely, then yeah, she'll climb down
It's a little slow
freely.
because of your injury, but yeah.
Yeah, and she will just
Yeah.
like look at Kestrel and then slither slowly to the
I would give
area.
her a thumbs up.
I
if she
will
looks
say
at
right
her.
now, Scales, because of your natural 20,
Yeah.
there isn't full cover to it. From where you're at right now, there is open space.
Yeah.
You'd have to be crossing over stuff and kind of going towards the carriage to get to that kind of field of high grass.
So you're gonna be exposed a bit.
Yeah, she'll get to the point till it's exposed, and then just look at Kestrel, look at the grass, look at Kestrel, look at the grass. Like,
So kind of follows.
Okay, because Kestrel, she's literally guiding you into the open right now.
I assume I would see the grass at this point.
You do not see the grass that she's talking about.
Ow! It's literally in front of us, isn't it?
It's not. Okay, picture this.
Mhm.
Forest ends, then there's short grass, maybe just a couple inches tall, leading you up. Okay.
Mhm.
There is a campfire, the boxes and carriages. Past it and to the slight left, that field of high grass begins. Get what I'm saying now?
Not entirely, but you just said I don't see it, so I don't see
Okay,
it.
wait, here. I'll draw a picture.
Okay.
Edge of the forest.
Okay.
campfire and wagon stuff.
Mhm.
Field of grass, from what she can see, starts there.
Ah, okay.
Like,
See,
this
I
is the
didn't-
road. Honestly, like, that's all the details you can make out, because
Mhm.
further down this way, there is no grass. If it comes down over here, you can't fucking tell. All you can tell is this part right here, and the only reason she can see that is because of the fire.
Mhm.
Get it now?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So she's leading you right to the open.
It'll just whisper.
And again, you don't know the grass is there, so you just see her trying to pull you into the open.
I see the campfire out there. Do you want to just go out?
She'll nod.
Okay. You want to climb on top of me?
That's so. She sneaks back
Yeah.
into the toga.
All right. So
Shiver,
I'm
shiver.
gonna walk out there and ask if they're okay.
Okay.
No, Kestrel says that to Scales first.
Says what?
Well, he said basically he's gonna walk out there and announce himself
Hmm.
to Scales.
She nodded.
Okay,
Okay.
so you're not moving stealthily this time?
No, this time, yeah, he's just gonna go announce himself. Hello.
Okay, so you're gonna walk up to the carriage. You start getting close. How close are you trying to get, or are you just trying to walk into the campsite area?
Walking to the campsite. I'm not like advancing hostily or anything. Just very much like.
Okay.
Mhm.
You kind of walk up to the camp. You see the boxes, some bags of stuff. You see the campfire and then the wagon. The back end of the wagon you cannot see into.
Mhm.
It is covered, but from this angle you cannot see into the back of it.
Okay. Is anyone there? It's like tries to approach to a point where like the glare of the fire isn't like blocking his vision.
Okay. You get as you're approaching, you are starting to make out the details of the grass behind it. In the distance, you don't see or hear anyone.
Okay. Just gonna continue to approach and get a very like he's trying to get a close examination of the scene.
Okay,
Anyone there?
so like focusing on the around the fire.
Well, basically, I won't because basically, from what I've been hearing this whole time, this fire is blocking my vision. So, like, literally see everything around it.
Christian DM.
Okay.
I would like to draw a S symbol on Kestrel's neck, and then draw a otherwise human stick figure on Kestrel's neck to try and
Okay,
convey
good.
something.
Sure.
If
You start licking his neck. Kestrel, you start approaching the fire and you feel the neck licking.
Mm-hmm. Okay, stops.
Okay. Roll performance scales.
yeah,
I also like to keep in mind that the party. Never mind. I'm not gonna be nice. Fuck it.
24.
Yeah. S in a stick figure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kestrel. Do I see the grassland now?
Yes.
And it was whisper to Scale. You want to hide in the grass?
Can I say what I was meaning or no?
Just. What are you attempting to say?
I'm
No,
tempted to
'cause-
say.
No, not attempting to say
Oh.
what it's conveying. What physically are you licking? An S in a stick figure. That's all he got.
Oh.
Yeah.
I will add like S, the number 2 stick figure,
Okay.
and
another
then
performance
points to
check.
self.
Another perception check or performance. She starts licking you again. You can't fucking tell what she's doing.
Damn it.
Okay. Do you want me to just put you down? Kestrel looks very puzzled.
She'll go down and she'll just like shift herself.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll do
Want
Yeah.
the toga back?
yes, please.
There you go.
And
you
she
agree.
will alter herself to be otherwise human.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do so.
All right.
Go ahead and mark that as well. And right now, I'll be nice and say you guys are like a good 30 or 40 feet from like the circle of the campfire.
That's for me.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go check this out. Just keep an eye out.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out, no problem.
Okay, sounds good. Kestrel, it's funny as he. So I just gotta say this. as he approaches, Kestro's probably wiping away a bunch of saliva off his neck.
Yeah. She's probably like
Um,
cleaning her tongue, like,
Okay. So,
Yeah.
are you focusing on the campfire or the wagon?
Campfire first.
Okay. Just looking around, unless you want to start breaking into boxes and going through bags. Just with your passive perception, you do smell a bit of rot. Not fleshy rot though,
Mm-hmm.
more herbally. And you are getting a scent of like other stuff. Like there's a slight sweetness in the air, and all of this seems to be emanating from the boxes and crates around the campfire. And all of them seem to be closed or bundled up.
You didn't check the carriage then.
Okay. As soon as you go around the backside, there's a moment where that dark vision adjusts from the fire to peering into the darkness of the wagon. And Kestro, as soon as you step to the back of it and wait for that focus, your vision shifts to the dark vision, and immediately you see 4 crossbows aimed at you.
Oh,
Do I see that as
hands
well?
up.
You see him put his hands up.
Everything okay over there? Oh,
Oh,
oh.
put that bow down.
Okay.
And all 4 of them are just aimed at you and readied.
Scales
Yeah,
would
it's
just.
kind of very.
Oh.
Hello. And she'll just very carefully drop the bow.
Scales would just slowly raise both her hands up. It's like, hey, we just saw some light. We're just wondering what's going on. Cause we're lost.
Tell your friend to get over here.
Scales, come over here.
Hi.
And they kind of look over you. Put the dagger to the side. Because you still got the dagger, don't you?
The dagger's in
I
my
don't have
bag.
dagger.
I do. In fact, no,
Okay.
the dagger's not in my bag. I
Yeah,
forgot
so
about
you
it
wouldn't have
correct. So
anything. I forgot
yeah.
you snake transformed.
yeah, I don't
Um,
have anything.
But they give you a once over, Castro, and they're like, drop the sword, throw it in the back of the wagon. Pick up his bow and set it in there. And they're just trained on you the whole time. And as
Am
you
I
guys
able
are
to? Sorry, I gotta ask because am I able to make out any of who these people look like?
Oh yeah.
humanoid, a lot of them just from first cursory glances,
Mhm.
a mishmash of hide and leather, not very nice looking stuff, and each one of them have hoods up, and they have cloth kind of wrapped around the bottom part of their they basically have cloth masks on.
So you can't. Given height, would they? I know you said humanoid, but would they be short, medium, height,
all
tall?
all of them are kind of currently standing behind these boxes and stuff that they're kind of
Hmm.
hiding behind. It's hard to say. Some of them are crouched down too.
Yeah, so not able to tell whether they're dwarven, halfling, or human.
They don't seem super short. I'll say
Okay.
that much. Humanoid as human size, maybe 5-ish feet to 6 feet, somewhere around there. It's hard to say.
Girls would just go over. It's like, hey, yeah,
Pick up his bow and put it in the back of the wagon.
oh, I will. Don't you worry about it. You just have
Now.
to, I am. She'll pick up the bow and gingerly look over, putting more emphasis on, say, the leg that's bummed up, making it obvious that it's bummed up, and put it in the back of the wagon. Look, we've just come.
Stand back over there and be quiet.
Okay.
And don't try any funny business. We have more friends out there, and they already have their eye on you.
Okay.
Are you bandits? As Kestrel follows the order of the sword.
Skills is telepathically saying stuff to Damon as well. If you
Okay.
saying
Um,
hey, crossbows, back up.
We're proprietors of the road. And they're waiting for you to put your short sword up.
Oh, I like I said, I asked if they were bandits as I was doing the short sword thing.
Yeah. You drop your short sword in the bow. So you come alone?
Well,
Yeah.
I was just looking.
Yeah.
There was this whole carriage thing, and
You see, I got injured. If you look at my knee, I got injured whilst in the forest. There was a horrible animal attack. The fine gentleman helped. We were just looking for some, medical aid.
Because already you've said some stuff that's fucked up. This gentleman. Okay.
I would like to roll my inspiration die if I can.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's already faded. At
Oh,
this
damn
point.
it.
Yeah.
It's been
Ah.
10 minutes.
Oh yeah,
It's
definitely.
longer than that, yeah, probably.
Ah,
Um,
shoot. Okay. Oh, one. You should probably remove it off yourself as well, Kestrel.
The
I
gentleman,
already used it.
gentleman
it's still
that's
on
been
your
talking
token.
this whole time,
Oh.
kind of looks over to one of them. Stanford, grab the shackles. They're hiding something. Both of you on your knees.
Okay.
Timothy, Era, get out here. And from behind you, you hear
Mhm.
shifting from the grass as you see two more crossbows emerge and just focus right on you guys. So you guys are basically sandwiched now between 6 crossbows.
Mhm.
Just peering over your shoulder, Kestrel and Scales, same thing, like very rugged, like rough hide wear. Nothing super fancy.
Okay.
Looking at
And
these shackles, would this any way impede my magic casting? If I was to do it.
well, I mean, they're just pulling out the shackles right now. As they walk over and pull them out, they're just very simple metal manacles,
Okay.
and they do begin. One of them's basically has their crossbow on you, as the other one is like, brought to the side. Like each of their crossbows has like a little like cord on it. It's very like rough twine, and he kind of just like drops it, so it's almost like shouldered. And he comes over, grabs both of your arm scales, and puts them behind your back,
Mhm.
shackles them, and does the same thing to you, Kestrel.
Okay.
And to answer your question, maybe.
What about
Maybe what?
shifting?
Go ahead and post your shifting thing, because I got to double check to see if.
There's, as far as I'm aware, there's nothing listed. I know we mentioned that the neck might, but nothing's actually.
No. It's also not just a matter of that. Is will you get seriously hurt if you try to shape change when your arms are manacled into something?
I don't know.
Because technically you don't have it. There's nothing to say that you escape from something. So
It-
I'm gonna have
It
to
doesn't
say
say anything.
you probably feel it might not be the best idea to shift if you don't know how your body's gonna form with tight manacles on it.
Okay.
I mean, you can risk it. You want to risk it?
No. Not that the
Um,
moment.
But you guys are now shackled. The guy also kind of like bumps the back of your guys' knees to bring you down to your knees. Do you guys resist?
Not as of yet.
I would like to yelp out a yelp of pain as I don't know which knee he's knocking down, but if he's knocking down the bad knee, I would like to do a yelp of pain or a quieter yelp of pain.
Sure.
To give the illusion that I'm more damaged than I actually am.
No, it still fucking hurts.
Oh yeah, I know it still
probably
fucking hurts,
honestly
but
feel
yeah.
like you were. Oh fuck.
And I would also like to say to Damon as well, yeah, crossbows and bound and shackled. Outnumbered.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the one guy grabs his crossbow and repoints it back off you, and then you guys hear whispering coming from the carriage.
I would be very much keeping
Yeah.
an ear out.
Me too.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception.
I'll do the same.
One for both of you.
Sorry, I can't help you with it.
Oh, that's fine.
14.
Okay. Scales.
Hmm?
You don't hear anything. You just hear the whispering.
Figured.
Kestrel, you're able to hear bits of it. And it sounds like the guy who's mostly been doing all the talking is talking to the guy. Go back and tell Geralt to come back over here and see if he's seen anything up on the road. And the guy kind of nods, and one of the guys gets out of the wagon and starts heading towards the woods that you guys just came from.
Okay.
And at this moment, as you guys are dealing with this situation, carriage group, you guys are getting pulled ahead before eventually the kid just kind of stops, and you guys are like sitting there for a moment, and he's just like, and then after a few moments, he's like, he like has like a stunned look, and he looks towards you, A-Star, and says, I just got a word from Scales. They are currently shackled, and I think they've been taken hostage.
What?
I think there's bandits. They just decided to go explore without letting us know.
Of course. I guess we have to go help them.
Hey, Auntie, and you hear this in your brain. This is all telepathic, by the way. Auntie, did you hear that? You didn't fall asleep back there, did you?
No, I heard you. Yes.
So, what do we do?
We go in and rescue them.
Should there are people there, right?
I'm
Fish-
guessing.
Whisper speed and say Auntie does get out of the carriage and join them too.
Okay, we should. Okay, they already have Kestrel scouts.
Yeah, and apparently they're shackled up too.
Okay, so they could have them hostage, so we should be careful about it.
Ask Scales how many there are.
Oh well, here, just give me a moment. And he kind of does that blank stare for a moment. The way she's facing, I can only see 4. But I do hear. I think there might be more.
What? What if I use my trait again? Like, it might help if I go in first.
I mean,
Mm.
already they're kind of spread out from just what I can see.
You're right.
Hey, sir, you said you used to be good with peace treaties and such.
Yes.
Well, if maybe you could talk them down at least.
I mean, I can try, and then peace is always good to try first.
And if you can't, we'll just blast them to bits. We did just kind of fight off a boar. I'm not too worried about a couple of people.
I don't know how I feel about killing people just randomly, but
I mean,
Oh,
to be
it's
fair,
pre-
they are aiming weapons at our friends.
And also, it's pretty easy. You just gotta aim for the eyes.
And we don't necessarily have to kill them. We can just beat them up.
And aim for the eyes.
I like the beating them up part better.
Am I able to non-lethal Eldritch Bolt?
Like I said, when it comes to magic, magic is a hard thing to control. There's a reason why, it is what it is. Maybe, probably not. It is literally a destructive beam of energy.
Yeah, I'm just going to just have a tiny bit of Eldritch energy in my hand and be like, I don't know if this can do the not lethal option.
How about we try a not lethal option first?
So,
Alright.
do we take the wagon, or do we leave it? Do we announce ourselves? Do we sneak up? Like, what are we
I
doing?
think we should sneak up. Maybe not leave the wagon.
I mean, that's a good point.
Just
we
know it's a
shouldn't-
wagon. It is pretty loud.
This is also true. I think. How far away is the wagon from where they are?
You have no idea.
Mm,
I have a couple things I could probably do, but I don't know how well they'd work. There's this thing I used to do, I only used it in severe situations, where I can sometimes make someone do something.
Can
I
you,
can only-
does it work on a lot of people?
I can make it work on 2 at best.
There's more than
it's better
2.
than none.
I'm just worried if you do it to 2 people and then people see them do something that doesn't seem normal, they might just go like, "What did you do?" Also, when you guys cast magic, it's super obvious.
This is true.
I mean, you guys might be able to do it secretly. I've never seen anyone try.
Honestly,
Should
Asa,
we- Yes?
I think you and I can talk them down. Let's go with that option, and then if things go into a kerfuffle, we just knock them over the head.
And so we're gonna announce ourselves then, because I don't know if we're gonna be able to talk if we sneak in.
Exactly. That's probably our best bet here.
Okay. So should I just leave the carriage here for now?
Honestly, it's probably better. I mean, even if it is just a regular carriage, if they're highwaymen, they're going to see it as something to take.
I mean,
They
he looks
might
at the
ask for it.
He looks at the wagon with no horses. I mean, something tells me they might not be able to move it.
This is true. But if
I
they
didn't
see
see any
us moving it,
horses.
if they see us move it up there, they're gonna be like, "Oh, good. Let's take the boy. Let's whip you. Move the carriage that we have now."
Unless we all three of us pretend to move the carriage, then what are they going to do? Take all of us?
I mean, they might.
Seems like a lot of hassle for a carriage,
It really does.
especially an empty one.
Very worried about this. Is this?
Hey.
It's also really
Jason.
rough because we can't organize this with the rest of them. I know I can speak with Scales, but she has no way to talk to Kestrel.
Acer, from what I've heard, talking to people is your thing. You can do this.
And realistically, all we have to do is be able to get so close before I could set up a mind link. And then
This is
if
true.
we need to change the plans, we could do it in secret.
Okay.
So just walk up and announce.
I think we should try to maybe not be loud about it. Just walk in there, announce. That way they don't have time to prepare for us.
Okay, so no lights, no. Auntie, you might want to hold on to A-Star's hand.
Point. And I'm just going to take Acer's hand.
It's okay, Auntie.
A-Star, no lights, but help Auntie, because there is some light, Auntie, but yeah, it's really rough to see anything.
Auntie's just going to sigh and it's like, "Don't worry, I'm used to this. It's actually easier if I do this." And I'm just going to pull the beanie over my eyes. Just like, "All right, let's do this."
Okay, you are now officially blind. Keep in mind, blind speed, unless you want a chance falling, you're probably going to be moving closer to half speed.
That's a nice little gag, but I am going to just, whenever no one's looking. Well, I can't tell. I'm just going to, "All right, bear with this." Oh, that's a dumb idea. And just push my beanie back up.
Okay, so kid's like, okay, I guess we just walk down the road.
I guess.
Okay, I know how you feel, A-Star, but I will take a slight lead on this just because, I need you to make sure that you have an eye on Auntie. Because she has no eyes right now. That way, if things do go bad, you can just cast light on her.
Be safe.
We're super safe. Okay, and he's gonna lead by like 20 feet, 20, 30 feet, but, he's gonna start making his way down the road. You guys follow?
Yeah.
So we're gonna cut
an
back,
Acer.
because we're gonna cut back to Wagon Crew, because, time lapse and travel distance, because
Yeah.
there's quite a few hundred feet of walking to do now.
Mm-hmm.
But as you send that message out, Scales,
Mhm.
you see them kind of surrounding you. You see the one guy walking kind of back north towards the wood tree line. And after like a moment, he just disappears into the tree line.
Cool. I would like to. In fact, I'm trying to think. Where my hands are,
Okay.
is there anyone behind me that I could see that would be able to tell if I was doing any like hand gestures?
There's someone
things?
standing right behind you. So
Oh, okay,
yes.
never mind. Oh, I had a cool
You guys
plan.
are surrounded on both sides right now.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy who's been talking this whole time is like, finishes talking with someone, or that one person kind of writes himself back up. So, what story do you have to tell? Because I know you're hiding something. Doesn't make much sense. You called her a he, and I can just tell by the tone of your voice you're hiding something. So what is it? You got friends out there?
I didn't realize I said
Cargo?
that.
What are you holding?
Not sure I should talk to a bandit like you.
Oh, so judgmental.
I mean,
mean,
I'm away in shackles. Waves hands, and you have guys with weapons on me.
Can't really wave them because they're behind your back.
Well,
So
yeah,
you
but
kinda like
basically,
go like,
shit noises essentially.
I wasn't lying. I was attacked. As she.
So what you're saying is you're not going to be honest with me or helpful.
I mean, I could
understand
be
your
honest and
sad
helpful.
situation.
There's dangers in the forests, and as you can tell by my leg, I'm not exactly going anywhere. We were just.
That doesn't make a lot of sense. You two are both traveling a road that doesn't get traveled often. Trust me, we know. And you're coming through here with barely enough supplies on your back for, I would say, not even close to half of the journey up there. So a lot of this isn't making sense.
We're lost.
That's a far way of getting lost, Lais.
I'm not the best with directions.
Okay, then, Savior, what were you doing up here with no supplies to survive?
Kind of the same thing. Got attacked by the boar.
Oh, so now there's a boar now. Hmm. You can tell he's not hiding it. He doesn't
Oh,
believe
yeah,
anything
obviously
you
he's
guys are saying.
Yeah.
And even from your passive wisdom, Kestrel, like the story Scale said and the way she said it, didn't
Yeah.
sound very believable.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm not sure I should feel I should talk to bad men like you.
We're just trying to make our way.
If
And
you're
the more you copulate with us, or cooperate with us, the
That's a
easier
very
time will
different
be.
story.
Oh, trust me, there's a few guys eyeing Scales right now. Like
Mhm.
Kestrel, you're definitely noticing it because
Mhm.
she's a barely clothed woman.
Yeah.
come on, just you know, you can see that I'm injured. Why don't you just take me? You're bandaged. You clearly want some entertainment in your life, right?
You can shut up now, lass. I can already
Ah.
tell everything that comes out of your mouth is just toxic.
You have no idea.
Mm.
If you're like
So
lick
we're
lips,
gonna
like
sit silent here for a few moments while my scouts return to me. We'll see if your story holds any water.
oh, I can blast you into pieces right this moment, unless you let me and my friends go. Or at the very least, let my friends go, and you can keep me. I'm fine. I really don't like him in the first place.
Intimidation with disadvantage, please.
Damn it.
You're shackled, dude. Like,
You're
literally.
shackled, and
I know.
you have no weapons, and they have weapons on you
That's
ready.
fine. I got a huge pluses to do.
Okay.
16.
One guy, Kestrel, you notice behind kind of backs away a little bit,
Mm,
but then he looks towards the wagon and he rights himself.
mhm,
They don't seem too flustered at this.
I'm sure.
You can make your threats, but let's be honest, I don't think you'd make it out of that exchange. And we're fighting to survive here, lass, so this is our life on the line.
Makes two of
Why
us.
don't you just sit tight?
Very
and he
well, but
just
you're gonna regret it.
He kind of relaxes back a little bit, keeping the crossbow there, but they're basically all just in this standoff period while, whatever with the scouts happens.
She's gonna telepathically say to Damon, is like, please give me permission to scorch and raid this bastard right now. Or at the very least, I'll just brought him back into the wagon.
Again, Scales, you're gathering that a lot of those spells, especially pointed directed ones, might be a little difficult when your hands are stuck behind your back.
I know. I was mainly saying
Just for your own mind.
I know, but I'm just telepathically saying that to Damon.
You get a return thing saying, okay, don't worry, we're on our way.
No worry, he's just really pissing me off.
And there's a few moments of just silence, Scales. Wagon team, you guys are slowly walking down the road, left the wagon behind. You guys get about 5 minutes into this walk before off in the woods you all hear, "Oh, I put your hands up.
Hello?
Hands up where we can see them." And the
Can
kid
I-
just kind of stops and puts up his hands.
I put up my hand, but the other hand's rely on Vaser puts it up.
I mean you no harm.
Then put your weapons up. Put your hands up. And don't
Bad.
do anything.
I'm barely clothed. You think I have weapons on me?
He looks to your side where there's a short sword.
You gotta think about that kind of
And the
stuff.
I
shield.
forgot about it.
Yeah, and a shield on your back.
And the chain shirt and the
And a
pants.
chain shirt and all your other stuff.
Yeah.
I think you got enough, lass. In fact, why don't you drop those at your ankles right now?
Sure. She'll take them off and put them on the ground.
They kind of look over onto you. Do you have any weapons still?
I have daggers on my belt.
And you there, lass. Why don't you drop them daggers?
Oh, I also do have one short sword.
Drop your weapons.
Drop. I'm just going to be fumbling a bit because, all right, in my defense, I can't see. Could you shine a light at least? As I say
No,
to the
we
guy.
like it in the dark.
All right, then can you give me a hand here? All right, there's a dagger. Short sword.
Do you drop your weapons?
Yes.
Okay, you drop your weapons.
I'm just trying to make it like, and purposely annoy him almost at this point.
No worries. You guys take a moment to drop all your weapons, and then they call out, "Okay, you lasses in the backs, move up to where he is."
Well, who is?
Your friend over there. He's kind of gesturing towards the kid, because remember, he's like 30 feet in front of you guys.
Yeah, fair.
Can I see your face at least?
No, lass, we'll keep our distance. Move up.
Let's do
Well-
he says right now.
Alright.
I
Okay.
should lead Auntie toward Damon.
Okay. You guys make your way to Damon, and the guys kind of break the tree line. One of them keeps his crossbow on you, as the other one starts he, takes the bag off of his shoulder, and he just starts putting all of your guys' weapons and stuff. Kind of puts the shield over his shoulder, basically attaching it to the strap of the backpack, and just puts all of it on his back and pulls up his crossbow again.
How close are the men to us?
At this point, 30 feet.
I'm kind of glad I spent a full hour on that shield, so it's not immediately noticeable. It's cartoonish.
This is also dark.
True.
She's gonna try to talk to Damon in her head.
Okay.
Say, Damon, should I try something?
I thought we were gonna meet up with the group and then talk to him.
Well, we're at a disadvantage right now.
Well, just know that if we fuck this up, that could also affect the people over in there.
Fuck, you're right.
I said start walking.
You never told us to start walking.
Thought I did.
You didn't.
Oh man,
The
I
closest
totally
we
did,
got
but
was
I guess
meet
I
up
didn't
with
pick up.
Damien.
No worries.
You said-
yeah,
yeah.
I meant to say that.
Mm.
Well, I did say it. It just didn't pick up.
Start walking where?
Down the road, and they're kind of gesturing past, down the road that you guys were headed.
Question.
Yes. Oh, good.
Have you seen, two women?
We
They
see a
come-
lot of things on these roads.
They took
Start
our
walking.
things,
Start
and they hurt my friend.
walking.
Right.
You can tell a sob story to our boss. And then the kid just kind of looks towards you, A-Star, kind of rolls his eyes God damn it. And he just starts walking. He still has a smile on his face though. And you can hear them whispering.
Can I tell what they're whispering?
Hold on a second, because you may not even need a roll, given your fucking passive perception. Okay, yeah, I actually, because you will hear the whispering. Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Nice.
Okay.
Funny.
You hear it. They're basically talking, or the one guy's basically like, "Boy, we hit the load this time. They even was carrying a wagon. We'll get to see what's in there later." Right. And continues following you.
Damon, I don't think this is good.
What? Why?
They're talking about how they got a good thing this time, and they know about our wagon, Damon.
To be fair, I don't think they can do anything with it.
I'm just worried.
Because as of right now, ooh, that's a good question. Scales, everyone else be quiet.
Hmm?
You probably gave your stuff to A-Star, didn't you?
I don't know who took my bag, but someone else does have my bag. I don't know if it's A-Star or Damon.
I'll say the kid.
I
'cause
would
you
also
tend to carry your stuff.
like to ask DM because, just to clarify, because I've been super confused about this. Eldritch Blasphemy doesn't require verbal or somatic, so I don't require my hands for that.
No, not really.
Yeah, so I'm fine casting Eldritch Blast if I wanted to.
Sure.
I
was just saying most of your spells.
I know.
Anything
Else
that
it's
requires.
I'm just
somatic
debating,
component-
do I need will saves in order not to blast this dude in the face?
I mean, the choice is yours. Okay.
I want to.
So
But no.
backing up, the kid goes, and I mean, I have the key, so unless they can make the connection or anything, and unless they know Celestial, I don't think they're gonna be able to do much with it.
Alright. And
It'll be fine. Don't worry. We'll meet up with everyone else, make sure they're safe, and then we can see what we do from there.
with her other open hand, she's gonna grab Damon's just because she's obviously very scared and nervous.
He takes it and kind of like firmly grabs it, like kind of like giving you like that reassurance. Okay, but you guys continue, and Scales and Kestrel, you guys are just kind of sitting there for like a good 20 or so minutes in silence.
Question. So has it only been 20 minutes, or has it been more like 30 since Scales did auto self? Because that only lasts an hour.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm keeping track of it.
Cool.
It's still up. It is starting to run out of time though. You're getting on the later end of it. I'd say you probably got like 15 minutes left on it.
She would like to telepathically say to Damon, 15 minutes before I go back to scaly form, please can I Eldritch Blast this dude in the face?
Just wait till we're there, okay? Like,
You gonna be here in
they
15?
got I think we're almost there. Just calm down. And then telepathically, Auntie and A-Star, you both hear the kid say, Jesus, Scales does not do well in a hostage situation. She really wants to attack him, and I looked through her eyes. There are tons of crossbows just aimed right at her.
I think Scales is just more used to being the attacky.
Yeah, she
An
just,
attack. Mhm.
yeah. Again, like, of course she could probably hurt some of them, but I don't think she would get out of it unscathed, and I don't think she ever thinks about that.
He's a bit outnumbered.
Good thing we think about it.
Yeah. Thank God she at least listens to me. And after like 5 minutes after that, Scales and Kestrel, you do start to notice that out of the road work walking towards, the area, you see your allies and two bandits following them a little bit distance.
Mm-hmm.
And the bandits kind of guide them over to the camp, get them right next to you guys,
Mm-hmm.
and they kind of go over, and you see the leader basically like kind of poke his head out a little bit, talks to the other guy, and they kind of pull out some other manacles, and they begin going around, and they lead you Auntie, A-Star, and the kid over towards Kestrel and Scales. And you see a guy walk up. All crossbows are just kind of arranged at one of each of you.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, the guy kind of goes up behind and starts grabbing you first, A-Star, your hands, pulling them behind you, and you feel the shackles. Do you resist?
Yes.
Okay, so you're gonna fight it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Athletics check.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay.
Do you put
He
the
goes
shackles on him?
He goes to go up and put the shackles on you, like squirm your arm and stuff. He's like, all right, and he loses his grip of you. You're still standing there, but you've broken the attempted grapple. Are you doing anything else?
I'm going to look towards who we think is leader and ask, are you the leader here?
You have no idea.
I'm just going to shout out then, who's the goddamn leader at this fucking place?
And you hear someone from the wagon be like, "Oh, you got a mouth, lass. Why don't you calm down and let my friend over there shackle you to make sure that ain't no funny business going on."
Question.
Another-
I gotta ask real quick. So are they still keeping the arrows on us, or is it like literally like they're just watching everybody?
I
Everyone.
think he's sitting at one trained on each
Because
row.
they're kind of circled around you
Mhm.
guys and you can't keep your eyes everywhere, and they are kind of like, some of them are like pointing at each of you, kind of
Mhm.
moving down the line. It's hard to say what arrows are pointed at who at any given time.
This dude's an that bandit leader.
I was going to say, why don't, instead of trying to shackle the ladies, why don't you treat them with some respect, and we might
why don't
actually do
all
what you
just
want.
shut up for one moment before we just take this the easy route?
The
I'm
easy
trying to
route
be a
of you
nice,
being
kind
dead.
man. Get her. And you just feel a very sharp blow to the back of your head.
Eldritch
Scales.
blast him.
Okay.
Straight up Eldritch blasting the dude.
Okay. Who are you Eldritch blasting at this point? The guy who's trying to hit, who just hit you?
It would be the one that would be telling him to, like, get her.
Okay.
Because I imagine she can't see behind her. Unless she can, then she'll do the dude behind.
Okay. I mean,
Or whoever's going to hit
if
him on
you
the head.
turn towards there, yeah, you could look at the guy who's hitting you.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, first off, let me go ahead and do this. Okay, that's definitely gonna hit.
What's gonna hit? I can't see.
Alright, luckily it wasn't too much. Okay, you're gonna suffer 6 points of damage
That's fine. I'll
As
do
you
my
get
con
clocked.
save.
as soon as you get clonked right in the back of the head.
Yeah,
Your
cool.
snake form drops, and you're trying to hit the guy who just did that.
It was my human form that dropped, so I'm now a snake.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll be doing the dude that hit me.
Okay, go ahead and roll the attack with disadvantage because you're manacled situation. Like, yeah, you're
Manacles
restrained
doesn't
already.
matter on
Jeez.
Eldritch Blast.
It doesn't.
Sure.
It doesn't.
Not to prevent you to do that, but you're still manacled,
I know. I'm just saying that Eldritch Blasting doesn't matter.
and you're also
Just
in
the
melee
act of
range.
taking
16.
aim.
Trust me, there's enough here to put you at disadvantage. Okay, it
Uh,
hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
What was the damage on me?
Okay.
Because I never saw it.
Yeah. You took 4 points of damage.
Oh, 4. Fine.
Okay, go ahead and roll damage for that.
6.
Okay. And as soon as you blast the guy, he takes like a step or two back from the impact, and now the whole volley of arrows is coming at you, Scales.
Yay!
Hold on. Because these guys were waiting and ready for something.
They have their initiative or prepared action, basically.
Yep. Because someone wanted to shoot him.
I able to use a reaction?
So hold on a second, because this is order of events.
People have reactions, and yeah.
Do you have an actual reaction?
Yep.
Okay.
The spell reaction that we just
Which one is it?
the shield.
I'm gonna say not for the first one, but if you want to use your reaction to cast this is also gonna be a hostile action
Fuck.
because you're casting a spell.
Also remember what Kessel said. This is a bandit leader.
Stop. Hold
He's a
on.
different character.
I know, but just you're reminding something. So okay. All right. So you're not gonna cast shield on it?
Nope.
Okay. So boom,
Miss.
boom, boom.
Hit.
Basically, only Scales has aggro right now.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Not 20, yeah.
Okay.
The last 3 definitely here. Yeah.
Because they're not all firing arrows, but some of them are.
Okay.
So
I'd like to point out we had 2 nat 20s and then they got one.
you suffer a total
I
of
think that's 17?
17 damage.
Cool. I am still up.
Okay. And you guys watch as Scales just gets littered with arrows. You're kind of hunched over. Yeah, that fucking hurt, Scales.
Alright.
And they are all loading up arrows. Each one of you stop moving right now or we're going to keep shooting her. And you guys, noticeably, Scales looks real fucked up.
She's got her fangs out. She's just looking angry and pissed off. It's like, You mentioned I was toxic
Can I-
earlier. Fans out.
Can I reply with something?
I was going to say I wanted to
But I need to
intimidate.
know right now. And no, definitely
Oh.
not.
Oh.
Because you're not just gonna infinitely try to roll the dice. The situation has not.
I know. But I would like to give that image of intimidation.
Sure.
Yeah.
As much as a manacled porcupine of a person can give off an air of scariness, can.
I'm a scary snake lady. Yeah.
Sure.
In the mud, full of
Yeah.
arrows.
Yeah, very
Okay.
scary.
I just need to know right now. Is anyone else going to be attempting a hostile action? Because all these people have eyes on you and are paying attention to any hostile actions.
I'm not, but there was something I wanted to say
I
in
just-
response to the guy.
Again, point to it.
I
Hostile
know,
action.
just saying.
Is anyone attempting anything?
I do got a question because
Okay.
I didn't really get a sense of how Kestra was like position wise. Like, can you describe Kestra's position?
You're on your knees.
Okay.
About 40 feet away from the people who are in the wagon,
hmm
and the closest person to you is probably about like 20-ish feet away.
Okay.
And everyone else is just kind of in a line. You got Scales to the left of you, then you, then like A-Star, Kid, Auntie. Or, sorry, Kid, A-Star, Auntie.
So I'm on my knees and I got my hands bound, right?
Yes.
So, because what I think I wanted to understand was, because I'm not an acrobatic person, right? Is there a way I can kind of either somersault or some way like to literally get my hands in front of my hand and like just basically, you know?
Sure. There's a
I'm asking
possibility.
that if there's a possibility, yeah.
If you're trying to do it all in one go,
hmm
it's gonna be very hard to do. This isn't something that you've done a lot of. I'll allow it, but know that if you fail or you don't, that's gonna be super noticeable.
I mean, I assume it to be noticeable. I just want to know if, like, in terms of action economy and that kind of stuff, is it possible?
Possible, yes.
hmm
It's gonna be very hard because it's not like a very loose manacles. Like there's not a lot of space to pull your arms out. So doing that in
Okay.
one fluid motion, I mean, it's difficult.
Okay.
Do you want to attempt it?
Trying to think now. Yeah.
Okay. I need you to roll me an acrobatics check with disadvantage.
Okay.
Because again, restrained.
hmm Fuck, I saw that in that one.
Ooh.
Okay. As soon as all these arrows hit, and he's like, "Anyone else want to try anything?" You guys all watch as Kestrel kind of like worm springs up a little bit, doesn't even get off the ground, doesn't even get up to his feet, and tries to like pull the, his wrist forward, and you just fall on your ass even more.
Mhm.
And now like you're in a position where you don't have leverage to
Mhm.
get out of anything. You're now in more of a disadvantaged position as two of the guys really point their crossbows right at you. The guy who's in the wagon points his at you, and now some of the attention is brought to you. That is your last warning. The next one who moves gets a volley of arrows. Each manacle those three right now, as the guy's going to reattempt manacling people. It's going to start with Auntie. Auntie, are you resisting?
I'm not resisting. I am actually like, I put my arms out. I was like, "Oh, can you let me kneel first? It's just easier for both." And I'm just going to get on my knees.
Brings you down to your knees and starts manacling you. Other guys, returning to you, A-Star. Are you resisting?
No.
Okay. So, put the manacles on, puts you to your knees. And then goes up to the kid. And the kid kind of like looks at all of you guys, seeing that you guys aren't resisting anymore. And he goes onto his knees, puts his hands behind his back, and he gets manacled. Then in this moment, the kid just kind of goes, "Okay, guys, what the fuck are we doing?" in all of your guys' heads.
I was really hoping I just
yells
got...
out mentally, "I told you they were bandits!"
It doesn't matter that they're bandits. What matters is that I haven't scorched and raid that leader in the fucking face.
I know, that's my point. And Kestra, Scale shot him. You guys should have done something.
Yeah.
I'm just going
Sorry.
mental to the.
We thought we were coming over to talk.
No, why would we
No.
fucking talk to them? They are...
Yeah.
They were
Wait, well, Scale, you
bandits.
were relaying everything, right? Like, I assume you were telling them they were bandits and everything, right?
Yeah, I told them that we were shackled and crossbows were through our faces.
To be
You
fair,
do
you
not-
didn't mention bandits.
I mentioned we were shackled and there was crossbows to our faces.
I know. I didn't know. We didn't know what was happening.
Wait, you didn't tell them they were bandits? Oh, fuck.
No, I said that we
I-
were crossbows and shackled. That should put two and two together.
Sure. We thought we were gonna talk our way out
Either
of it.
way, can I
Well,
just
no.
please heal myself and can we blast these fools?
Okay, just real quick, like.
Mhm.
And she's now just dripping blood. Like,
Imagine
She
her
is just
squirming
eyeing-
on the ground.
she's just eyeing the leader, just fans out. It's like, I want to eat him.
Okay, kid is gonna be like, seeing you stare at the one. He's like, he's gonna ask you, Scales. Is that the leader?
Yeah.
A-Star, forgive me. And the kid's gonna stand up and try to break for the bandit. So right now, initiative has started.
Yeah,
Yeah, I never got to say what I wanted.
didn't really matter.
I
It's,
know.
it's one of those things that if you want to stop the conversation, you can, but this is a in the moment kind of thing.
No, I tried though a couple times.
I know, you gotta speak up.
I got told to put on hold. I'm not complaining. I'm just like stating.
Again, rough situation. A lot of people trying to talk, a lot of people who are pissed, some people who are trying to help, some people are like, let's talk. So there's a lot of pulling back and forth. And now bandits.
7.
Yeah.
It's a whole story and everything.
Sure. I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't know how much talking was gonna help with all of you guys resisting the way you were. I'll say that just straight up as a nice DM. Okay, so
We should have just taken the moment of scale shooting to attack.
Really should have.
This is
choices and consequences.
And Kestrel yelling, bandits!
Again,
hindsight and all
killing
that.
bandits doesn't necessarily equate to what your intent is.
Bandits want to kill and rob you. That's like common knowledge
Yeah.
here.
Common
Sure.
It's
who?
fine, it doesn't matter. We'll kill them now.
Bandit.
I'd like to point out, A-Star probably doesn't know what bandit is.
Kid
Bandits
probably,
in the Feywild.
kid probably just basically understands bandits.
He thinks bandit is like, oh, in the Western shows, whereas the cowboys.
And to be fair, he told those two the situation, and their response was, "Let's go talk." So that's what the kid thought. Like, oh, this is a talking situation.
Yeah. Also, Kestrel was like, why did you tell him everything, Seal?
Hey! Scale says crossbows and shackled.
I know, but you have. No, never mind.
Hey, it's not her fault. People should have got the picture.
Okay, so
People should have got the picture. Flashback to her drawing pictures on Kestrel's neck.
okay, since he is technically the inciting incident, he's gonna get his one action. Then it's gonna go into order. Plus, they're gonna get their reaction based on that action.
What's people's initiative? Because it's not all on the turn order.
I'm 17.
I'm
9.
only seeing mine. Oh, I see. The only one I don't see is Kestrel's, and
Yeah, it's sorted now.
there we go.
I was still getting it.
I got 20 for the first time. And I'm shackled and can't do anything with it.
Yeah, for those who are now shackled, which is now everyone, spells that require somatic components is a no-go. So just keep that in mind.
I have a question about a couple of my abilities.
If it requires any, like, a drawing, no.
Anything that requires hand movement.
Basically, yes.
I'm just trying to see how distracting it is worded.
Because the intent of distracting image is that you're drawing something because it's not cutting words.
Gotcha.
You
Yep,
need your
fair enough.
hands.
Gotcha.
Just like, cutting words, you need your voice. If someone
Gotcha.
silenced you, cutting words
Oh,
probably.
sorry, I pressed the wrong button. My mistake.
Okay.
Just again.
Ignore that.
So given the distance, the kid is going to use his bonus action to No, he already has his strength going. So he's gonna use half of his movement to get up, and then he's going to attempt to break the shackles, and he's gonna spend 2 gene points to do a feat of strength. Okay. He breaks him. Just meets it. 20. Awesome. Way to go, you. So he breaks his shackles. Shit, I wasn't expecting that. Uses half his movement to stand up. Or bonus action shifting his genetic focus. Then, wait, no. Yeah, because it was strength check action. Bonus action switching his genetic focus to movement. And he is going to wait. No, retract that. Not bonus action, change it. He's going to bonus action shift. So he's going to use his tough hide. So you guys watch as scales appear across his body. Not scales, but scales. You know. And let me see. 3 feet of movement. He's gonna get up to the back of the wagon. He's just trying to get up and basically all the attention. And because of that, all the attacks are gonna go towards him.
Yeah.
So as he breaks it, he probably wouldn't have his tough hideout. So just on that alone, luckily he does have the 4 points. Okay, so bandit attacks. Okay. Only one of them hits him. Doesn't even pierce his fucking temporary hit points. Awesome. So he literally stands up, breaks his shackles, and as soon as he does that, you see the skin shift, and all these arrows just go bling, 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 bling. One of them like grazes his shoulder and like cuts him a little bit, but the rest of them just kind of bounce off of his scales, and he just starts running over. So that's gonna be their reaction. That's his inciting incident. So he is now behind the wagon, and most of the eyes appear to be on him as they're kind of reaching to reload their crossbows.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's gonna start action. I know there's no map, but I got distances in my brain, so just let me know what people are doing. Auntie, you're up.
Okay. I would like to look at scales. How is she looking?
She is fucked up.
Really, really fucked up.
Like, she looks like a stiff wind might knock her over. Like, she's, like, her vision's starting to do that, like, kind of blurred, like, droopy eye. She looks fucked up.
Auntie's just gonna sigh and say, "Get up, dumbass."
Okay.
Take 8 points of healing.
Thank you.
Wait, what are you casting?
Healing word.
Healing word.
The healing word, does it have a somatic component?
Vocal.
Okay, yep, so you do that.
Thank you.
That's why I said, "Get up, dumbass." That was the spell casting for it.
Yep, you feel the radiant energy course through you, and you heal that amount.
Yay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Why did you get us into this?
I was hoping people would attack as well.
Okay, that's enough. Next.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I believe that's all I got that I can do vocally. So
Okay.
I'm good.
Kestrel,
Okay.
you're in a sticky situation because of that one.
Mhm.
Standing up really isn't an option for you right now. You're
Yeah.
kind of restrained.
Can I like essentially spend my entire turn just trying to unrestrain myself?
You can spend your action to try to right yourself.
Yeah.
So go ahead and give me another acrobatics check if you would like.
Okay. 1 second. I'll find it.
See if you can unfuck yourself.
16.
Okay, you right yourself a bit, so you're now still in the technical prone position, but you still got your movement and bonus action if you'd like.
I do got a quick question, cause
Your dance would be affected by this.
no, not that. Is my shackles in front of me or behind me?
Behind you.
Damn it, still.
You nat one, man. What do you expect?
Yeah.
I totally understand. I just had to understand that.
Yeah, that
You're
roll was to
lucky-
unfuck what you just fucked.
Yeah.
Like, I honestly imagine you tried to jump out of them, you caught your knees, and you were just in a ball.
Kind of,
Yeah.
but on his back, like, fuck.
Okay. I do got a question because I don't know the layout here. I'm still
Okay.
by people, right?
You're by your allies, and nearest person to you is like 20 feet away.
And that
Okay.
fucking
Yeah.
dead lined up.
So basically, I am going to. Opposite of where Damon is. I saw Kurgan and I was scared for like a solid moment. Sorry. I was like, oh god, she's here too. Oh, my bad. So, for lack of a better word, like kind of not like full on like stand up like in front of everybody, but like kind of crouch and like run away.
So do you stand up or do you?
Yeah, because I'm trying to understand. Because like prone means I can't move. Like,
You're on the ground, yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Do I see any weapons?
Sure, in the hands of all your enemies.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have weapons.
You guys are in a serious disadvantaged position now. Like,
Yeah, I figured.
sorry.
We could take these guys with the arms behind our back.
All right.
Me too,
Basically
that's
stand
fine.
up and try to find wherever cover is nearby.
To try to get to cover, which would probably be the nearest bit, would be the grass. You would have to move by someone, so they would get an opportunity attack.
Again, I'm trying to stay away from people. Like at least. that-
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you just choose a direction? Because that's the other rough part, is they're kind of surrounded you guys.
You can
I get
also
that.
disengage.
Yeah. I'm just trying to
he
get
isn't-
like
Yeah.
out of like immediate range. Is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Use half your movement to get up. You can't disengage.
Mhm.
You can move like a good. I mean, you got 15 feet.
Mhm.
But in any direction that's still kind of roughish, putting you in. You'd be next to someone theoretically, one of your enemies.
I'm trying not to be next to near me, essentially.
Sure. How are you gonna get past a circle?
Again, I'm just trying to understand the layout because I really can't.
They're surrounding you.
Basically,
Surrounding you,
There's
but
not a lot of
Okay.
space in between them. So like, if you run in between them to get away, you're gonna have to make your way past.
Okay, I'm just gonna stand up then.
Okay, so you just stand up.
Yeah, and turn.
Okay. The kid is gonna try something super fancy. He's going to try to pulverize this guy into oblivion. Because Scales denoted the leader. Let me see, because he got a little bit of distance to still clear. Yeah, he's gonna. No, he's not gonna do that. He is going to. Yeah, he's gonna go straight out. Athletics just to see if he doesn't roll a fucking one. Okay, so he gets up into the back of the wagon, and he is going to full blast, brute strike 3 points, and fucking knock back 3 on a bestial claws 3. So he's gonna spend all of the everything. So let me get a bestial claw. Okay. Boom. Actually, here, let me just do this because this is gonna be
You know, this is the first time I've been in Mancos and not enjoy it.
okay. Plus knockback, which he fails. Okay. Jesus Christ, what would this do to the person?
Hopefully.
Well, because he failed, so he spent 3 points, so that's 30 feet. Plus all this fucking damage, like. So he just runs up to this guy, and for those who can see it, his arm transforms into that gigantic bestial form. And he just fucking uppercuts this guy. And you watch as he disappears for a moment. Probably Auntie A-Star, as you're like looking above the wagon, you just see him like rip through the canvas. And he is just a pulpy, bloody mess, and he just kind of falls next to the cart. Just fucking dead. Like, his body looked like it was hit by a semi-truck.
Nice.
Okay, given the situation, they just volleyed him.
Sure, you can.
Okay. As a reaction, a couple of the bandits go, "Wait, what? How did? Wait, Stanford! Stanford!" As they're like looking towards the pulpy mess, and a few of them who were like in the middle of loading their arrows have kind of stopped, and they definitely have a kind of panicked look on their face. That's all I'm gonna say. Well, that's gonna end the kid's turn. A-Star.
Okay. Besides the one that he just kind of demolished, are there any right near Damon?
You can't see inside the wagon, so you don't know. You just saw the kid climb in the wagon, and then poof, out of the top, just a bandit came out and just poof, like right onto the ground.
Do I see any looking like they're like still gonna shoot?
If you want to take a moment to read the situation, it's going to be an action. So like really look at them all and engage it. But,
Okay.
I mean, it'd be worth it. If that's your gut instinct to do it, then do it.
Is there one right behind her, a guard?
There's one relatively close, kind of behind on the backside. I'd say it's about like 25 feet away.
That's close enough. She's gonna cast command and tell it to grovel.
Okay, does that require somatic
It's completely verbal.
components? Okay,
So she
go ahead.
back at it and say grovel.
What's the save on that?
So
Wisdom or charisma?
wisdom,
Okay.
14.
Fail.
So, beg for your life.
You see that, you know, you cast it and you see him. This is one of the guys who like kind of was like, whoa, and then you say that and like you're, you know, for a moment, you know, like your more celestial visage kind of appears on your face. You know, that very, you know, scary kind of feel. And yeah, you can see him like his arm kind of lolls a little bit. He doesn't grovel because it happens on their next turn, but you see him like kind of back away, like goes from like very defensive to like very like, oh, like he just, you know, like parent just walked in, you saw you doing something silly and you're scared. Okay. But yeah, he looks like he's getting ready to grovel. Is there anything else?
Nope.
Okay. So, next turn. Scales.
Scales is visibly pissed off at this point. She is going to spend half her action to stand up, or whatever it is to stand up, I don't know, or half a movement, whatever it is. And she is gonna look around to everyone and do my best scary voice, which I can't do. It's like, your leader is dead, ripped into shreds. Your enemy, your ally is blasted, and I'm about to eat, and I'm gonna eat all of you if you do not drop your weapons and run. Run for your lives before my teeth get sinked into your neck. I like to do intimidation on all of them.
Okay, action intimidation.
Yeah. Mm.
I'm gonna say disadvantage still, just because given the situation,
Mhm.
because you're the one that they fucked up easily. It doesn't matter anyways. 13. They're not really paying much attention to you right now. To be fair, like their leader had just kind of fucking, booped, and he's looking like a mangled mess. And then she just said, "Grovel me," and one of the guys like he's attention on that. The rest of them are still kind of like, still locking eyes with the corpse of the body.
Cool. I would like to Eldritch Blast one that's not groveling.
No, you can't.
Use
Oh,
your
your
action.
No, actually, no, I'll quicken cast her. Actually,
Okay.
no. Can I quicken cast Cure Wounds on myself instead?
Your wounds require somatic components.
I
does
can
it
touch
not?
myself though.
It's not the touching that makes it somatic.
Oh,
It
come
does
It's a
require
symbol.
somatics
Oh,
on it.
come
Yeah.
on, my hands aren't that bound.
Hey, Matt, you just
Ooh.
try to touch your
No.
butt for it.
No, because you have to, like weave glyphs and stuff
Yeah,
like
I
that.
can
There's,
totally do that. Fine,
It's-
fine,
trust me,
fine.
because I guarantee you're not going to be happy if I have an enemy that you guys shackle and
I
then they start casting
know.
spells at you.
Mm-hmm.
This is true.
So
Nah.
okay. So
Ah, no, I'm not finished yet. Because if I can't do that, then I would like to do Day Strike on Damon. There's a bonus action and doesn't require somatic components.
okay, too easy.
It does require concentration.
Okay, so just make sure to mark your concentration.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, I
Okay.
rolled it again. I keep forgetting that.
Yeah,
Seven.
just stop it. Okay. On their turn, what did you do to him? And they're just like kind of dropping their weapons. A couple of them are raising their hands. There's 2 of them left with the crossbow still pointed at you guys, but they're starting to back away a bit too, seeing that their allies have dropped their weapons and are kind of like backing slowly away with their hands up. Auntie, your turn.
Do like to use half a movement to stand up and just kind of look towards the beaten and bloody body, kind of walk over to it, and just kind of look at it, see like, oh, is this alive or dead, basically.
It is fucking pulp. Like the
Mhm.
dude's part of his head must have like hit one of the bar, like wood bars that holds up like the caravan for the wagon, because it's like dented in. Like he is fucking dead. Kid may have put a little too much strength in this one.
I'm just gonna like kind of look at it, tilt her head, and then she looks to the rest of them and say, I would suggest talking before you look like him. And drop your weapons while you're at it.
I'm gonna say that sounds a little bit more persuasion than intimidation. So
That's what I was going for.
yeah. So persuasion.
Oh, I saw the nat 20 there. I was like, ah.
I'm actually giving you advantage given the situation.
Oh,
So
come on! No.
Oh, there's a different
situations
situation, yeah.
differ.
No.
Stop being a little upset, because if it was on you, you'd be like, yeah. Sheesh. Okay. So, with that note, unless anyone wants to do anything else, the bandits are dropping their weapons and putting their hands up.
I guess I would like to try to finagle out of the. At least just to get the cuffs in front of her.
Okay. You can spend a full round trying to do that a little bit more slowly and a little bit
Yeah.
more methodical.
A-Star's just gonna smile at the one she told to grovel and like ask him to uncuff her.
Are you gonna cast command again? He's groveled.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and do it.
Right? Let me.
Fucked up part is, I think he does have the key. Oh wait, I forgot wisdom saving throw. Yeah, he failed. as like Kestrel's like undoing it, like trying to get his ankles, like tucked in and his wrists. The guy just, oh yes, lady, and he just walks over and undoes your manacles.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Can she take the key from him?
I mean, he's just standing there.
She's just gonna take the key and walk toward Scales.
I'm gonna say actually he's probably gonna drop the key and then back away because like, you know,
Yeah,
his
that makes
senses
sense.
come back.
Hmm.
So the key is on the ground. If you want to grab it, you can.
I'm
But
gonna
we're
grab the key.
keeping to turn by turn action. So you got the key. You're still standing there and you're unshackled. Cool beans. Scales just said, "I'm using the bathroom." Because I really got to worry about her because she may also try to kill someone. We'll be honest. Scales?
Oh, I'm back.
Yeah, it's your turn.
No, I sent a message. I was in the bathroom.
I
We were
know.
waiting.
Saying,
Yeah.
we were waiting.
What's happening?
It's your turn.
Yeah.
The bandits have all dropped their weapons, the ones who still were kind of holding on to them. And you do see that one of the bandits has come up and began undoing the manacles on A-Star because she used her magic to command him to unlock them.
Nothing.
Okay. So I will go ahead. Combat has officially ended.
Mhm.
A-Star, you have the key. And as soon as this all happens, the kid just kind of pops his head out of the wagon, like looks down at the body. He's like, "Sorry about that. I didn't mean to hit him that hard."
Considering what he was gonna do to us, he kind of deserves it.
Could have been done
That's-
beforehand.
Just
Yeah.
Sorry.
gonna look.
Sorry.
I'm
And he's
just
gonna like slink into the wagon as Scales says that, like, "Oh god, I fucked up."
When the kid says that, I'm just gonna look to the remaining bandits and I'm just gonna say, "You do realize he was holding back, right?"
There's like one of them like clearly looks like the blood in his face is gone as he like just looks at the body and looks at the kid who's like slinking back in the wagon.
Crash.
Alex is just smiling.
And he just like kind of goes to his knees. We're just trying to survive.
You. We're trying to survive. Unshock me now before I decide to eat your leader in front of you.
Scales. I
No.
have the key.
She has the key.
Well, as I said, you take the key and unshock me before I start eating your leader right in front of you. I do not take appreciated of being whacked in the back of the head.
A-Star's just gonna walk over and just start unshackling Scales.
No,
You're
I want
gonna
him to do it.
As you do that, the guy's going to reach out because he's fucking scared right now. He starts
And,
fumbling for your hands. They start to try to take the key from you. Do you let him take it?
Yeah.
Okay, he grabs it and just goes over to your shackles and undoes them. And he drops the key and just goes into like a hands up, don't beat me pose.
She's just
Wow,
giving him the
he's
death
actually-
stare. Just flat
He's
out
actually
death stare.
pretty obedient and has some sense about him.
Oh no, he
Maybe
doesn't
he'll
have
be
any
the-
sense about him. Because if he had sense about him, he would unshackle me and run away while pissing.
No.
No,
Run
run
away
away
and
whilst
he just starts
pissing.
running. He just starts running.
As soon as he's running, Auntie's just gonna Eldritch Blast him in the leg.
Sure, go ahead. Roll for an attack. He's given his turn. Like I'm just gonna allow this one because like he's running towards the high grass. That misses.
Oh well.
Yeah, it just goes a little wide.
Can someone pass me the key,
And he
please?
just you just see him kind of like Homer Simpson just disappear into the tall grass.
I'm gonna assume concentration's gone at this point, so I'm just gonna take that off.
The keys on the ground, Kestrel. You saw where it
Alright,
dropped.
I'll pick it up and unshackle myself.
Yeah,
I
you get
do
your
need the key.
shackles out.
Yeah, might as well.
Yep.
He kind of pokes his head back out. I think these are yours, and he has like your guys' weapons basically.
Thank you.
And can we and he like kind of looks around at the bandits. One of them is just kind of on the ground. Kid like hands you guys your weapons, goes over, grabs the bag of the guy who took A-Stars and Auntie stuff, and he gives that back as well.
Mhm.
Thank you, Damon.
And as he's doing this, he's also like grabbing them by their shirts and kind of like moving them into a line, kind of matching how he found you guys originally. So now you
Yeah.
guys have the bandits kind of in a line, and they're like a good 10 feet away to the right, like to the right of them. 10 feet is just the body of their, supposed leader. That Scales thought it was the leader, and they're just all on their knees,
Well,
hands behind their head, like just.
Yeah,
A
there
Star's
is.
just
Bandit
gonna like
there.
A Star's just gonna bend down towards them, and she's just gonna like look at them, kind of like they're children, and say, "I think you need to find a better job. I don't think this."
No. They need to find a better reason why I shouldn't kill them right this moment.
Or
Because
get
Well,
better at their job.
No,
Hell,
I'm not
They've
listening. I am
surrendered.
listening. No, this ain't time for surrendering. This is time for them to just, give me the reason why I should not kill them in this moment.
Is
because
this
I
the
said
kind
it's
of God?
the right thing.
The right thing would
the
be
kind of
blasting
God
them
you
in the
want Damon
face before they even shackled us. As you will acid spill or poison spill into the ground. And
Okay.
she's just gonna walk off to wherever the
One
dude's
of the
hiding.
guys like flinches at it as it's like. He's like, "Ooh." Like one of them after seeing that is now crying.
Alright, I think first things first, let's do what they were trying to do to them. What do they got?
That's. I would
Um,
also like to take shackles and shackle them.
Yeah,
Well,
shackle them, man.
First question: should I go after that one that ran away?
Scales is already
Yeah.
going in that direction.
I got it, Scales. Just stay with
No,
me.
she's
I got it.
already going there. She's ignoring everyone.
Okay. Keep in mind he's running the full pace
I
that you
I
are.
figured.
Okay, so the kid starts running with you, but then he's gonna activate his genetic discipline. So after a couple rounds, they'll catch up with the guy. I don't think I need to roll a check, but just for shits and giggles, I will.
Hmm.
Okay, that's one attempt. Kid's not gonna stop. Okay, he grabs him, and as soon as he grabs it and stuff like that, because he's kind of like thinking that he's gonna run away, the kid's gonna spend his action to kind of pick him up and throw him over his shoulder.
Mhm.
In fairness, this is still good training for the kid.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
what
Scales,
do they do
you-
with the bandits? Or
Yeah, the kid passes you, and there's like a no, stop it. Yeah, and then a moment later, you see him cutting through the grass because you can't see him at a certain distance, but as he's walking back, you see a guy basically being lifted over the grass. He's like really scared, and the kid walks up. I got him.
Scales has
And
just
start
got her fans out, smiling at the guy, just giving him the whole, "Oh, I'm gonna play with you later," look.
Intimidation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if it rolled or not. There we go.
There he goes.
Okay, I was giving you advantage because of the
Yes.
situation he's in, and then a moment later, as he's whimpering and about ready to cry, kid just kind of stops, looks over at you, Scales. Really? And he kind of moves his head, and you just see this giant wet spot on the crotch.
I was kind of
He's
thinking
just
that.
giving you a look really?
He's still on me, I guess, yes.
Yeah, he's carrying him, and now there's just piss drenching down him.
Oh, don't
You've
worry,
only
I'll
made
clean
this
you
worse
up.
for me.
It's
I'll
not the
clean
point.
you up later.
It's not the point. And now he feels bad, grabs the guy by the collar, drops him from his. He's just kind of lifting him slightly up with one arm, but he's letting him walk on his own just because the situation.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
prestidigitation in the P off Damon. If possible, she wants to move the P back on the bandit.
No.
No.
You don't have
This is the
control on
second session with P.
Yeah. So after just a moment or two, the kid kind of comes out of the tall grass with Scales, just basically holding this guy by the scruff of the jacket, the high leather armor, and his clothes. Just kind of gets him over the line and sets him down on his knees. Okay.
Mhm.
So you guys are gonna sit there for a moment and think about what you've done, and he's gonna turn around towards the rest of you guys and initiate brain conversation.
Also, I do got to make sure because Tester would have been made sure of this, right? We're gonna shackle them all, with whatever shackles they have, and whatever rope we can find.
Okay. Overtly, you do not see any rope just out.
Mhm.
There are the manacles. Keep in mind, one of them has now been shattered.
Okay.
Luckily for you guys, though,
Mhm.
because one of their bandit leaders is dead. Actually, no, you still don't have enough because they only had the 5. So
Mhm.
How
Yeah.
many bandits are there?
there's 5 currently left.
Oh, perfect. 5 and 5. Oh, wait,
One
there's
of them-
one.
One of them's broken. So
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well,
Well-
basically, Kester will have his bow out and watching them.
okay. Keep in mind there are 2 that are crying and pissing themselves. So
I don't have to
Your
worry about
catch rolls
things
with
too.
your passive insight and wisdom would be like, oh, I probably don't need to shackle that guy. He looks like he's about ready to have a complete mental breakdown.
Oh, yes,
Fair,
Girls
fair.
is just like giving them all like the death stares and the big
Yeah.
smiley fanny grin.
So, Kestro, you said you wanted to check out stuff. I can keep an eye on them. Maybe, you
Perhaps
guys.
spin our wagon over here. You left it unattended, didn't you?
Yeah.
Go get a wagon.
Okay. Are you guys gonna be okay?
Oh, then we're gonna be fine, aren't we, bandits? And she'll say that out loud.
Gals.
It's funny because you guys have been silent this whole time, and then
Yeah.
out of nowhere, Scale says, "Aren't we bandits?"
No, I said we're gonna be fine, aren't we, bandits? Out loud.
Sure.
Yeah.
I know. And now they're looking slightly confused and scared because they have no fucking clue what's happening. You guys have just been staring at each other silently for a
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah.
I would like to
guess
just
we'll say
look at the band. Oh, go ahead.
I guess we'll say mentally, yeah. Just bring the carriage here as fast as you can. We're not sure if there's any others out there.
Okay, I'll be quick, and it should be close. I can, if anything happens, I can let Scales or Nanti know.
Okay.
I mean, we can figure out if there's others out there. And I'm just going to look towards the bandits, say, "Hey, is any one of you out there left?"
Not anymore.
Oh, there's your answer.
Okay.
Are you lying to us, or are you telling the truth? Think
No,
carefully
no.
now.
No. I mean, if you want to do insight.
Yeah.
Sure. Go ahead and roll
I
insight.
like to roll as well.
Sure.
Nice.
I think I rolled.
Scale.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. These are some crafty bandits.
Yeah.
Their poker face is very serious. Auntie,
I imagine this the
a
distraction.
few
like,
of
the
these
small
guys are
piss
probably gonna have
distracting.
PTSD.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. Scales, it's hard. You can't even tell if they're scared or not.
Oh god.
She's just gonna get closer, fans. Like,
Sure.
Gals.
They're not even properly scared.
Alright, Kester will be checking to see what items they have like on their person right now.
Okay. Each one of them has busted hide armor. It's not like a complete set, any of them. It's a mix between hide and leather, but it's mostly predominantly hide.
Mhm.
And it's old, it's worn. Each one of these guys smell like they haven't had a bath in probably a month or two. Their clothes are ragged, piecemeal. Each one of them is carrying like a short sword, if you could call it that. Some of them are just metal, shaped in a sword with a wrapped handle. A
Yeah.
lot of them seem old, chipped. Some of them are rusted. The manacles that they had were all rusted. None of their stuff is good.
Okay. So none of their personal items are good. Okay.
And go ahead and give me an investigation check just for total of all of those as you're picking their pockets.
Yeah.
And it's gonna take a moment because there are 6 bodies to check in total, including
Yeah,
the
definitely. One
dead
second.
guy.
Investigation, you said?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. You do find amongst a few of them, but most of it comes from the dead guy. You do find a total of 1 gold.
Okay.
And the shiny piece of gold is like in the bandit leader's boot. Like it was
Yeah.
super hidden away.
Yeah.
And amongst that, besides that 1 gold coin, there's 1 silver
Mhm.
and 23 copper spread amongst all of them.
yay.
23 copper. Okay.
Sure.
I
You guys just
I-
fucking robbed the broke bandits.
would like to, as this is going on, and I imagine after Kestrel finds what they have, also just like to go, "You're bandits. How long have you been doing this?"
For a couple months now. Well, some of us longer than others.
Do you have a family?
Of course, I don't fucking have family.
Everyone
Well,
has
I-
families.
No,
Gals.
they
actually
don't.
I actually have family.
Then why aren't you with them, protecting them with these losers? Why give yourself to them? And
Because-
possibly be my meal.
I think he's gonna
Yeah.
stop talking at that point.
Gals.
No.
Is this the kind of god you want Damon to be then?
The kind of god I want Damon to be is to be heroes. We do not sit here, however, with guns and crossbows pointed, hit in the back of the
Heroes do
head.
not threaten those who have given
Him-
up.
Heroes also do not stand whilst their friends are being attacked.
Scales.
Now, I
Is
will
it one
say
of the-
this again. They do not have family. They do not deserve family. I will not
Scales.
kill them, but I will not be told that I have done wrong.
Scales. Is it one of the 10?
I'm saying this as a
look through that.
final warning. Do not anger me any further.
Then you don't deserve family.
I don't have family, so
Have us.
you're not my family. And she's just gonna walk off.
Where?
I know, towards the high grass or something, I don't know.
Scales disappeared from the high grass.
Yay!
Can I get a wisdom save on that?
For what?
Because those
Stop,
words
no,
are.
stop with the wisdom saves. If you're gonna do something, go do something.
Well, those words would unnerve Auntie visibly.
Sure, if you're gonna act,
Yeah,
act.
very nerve, yeah.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
do whatever, man.
Yeah, Auntie visibly has a concern and kind of upset look, but shakes it off and just focus on the task at hand.
So real quick, just because of all that was happening, because based on what you described, Damon, a lot of this stuff is already kind of near breaking point anyway.
Yeah.
Castro's gonna be breaking all their swords,
Okay.
and I can't really take their armor off them, right? Because it's like
Give
on them.
me first an athletics check.
Yeah.
See if you can, because even though it's rusted and stuff, it's still metal.
Yeah. Athletics.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Nice.
You just get it. Yeah, I'll allow it.
Right.
Some of them they could still be used because
Mhm.
it's still blades. You could still pick it up by the handle and slit someone's throat with it. But
That's true, yeah.
you break them,
hmm
they're less effective.
So
Some
just
of
kind
them
of,
are more daggers now.
yeah, just kind of break them and then just like throw them into the fire. Well, their equipment's useless, and you're right there, Auntie.
Yes, we got a more important task at hand.
You said she's like visibly shaken, right?
Yeah, see, she's attempting to hide it, but
Okay,
since you guys are close, you can clearly see it.
gotcha.
But she's trying to save face in front of the bandits.
And at this point, because you guys it's been searching and stuff,
Mhm.
you do see the kids starting to come out of the woods, pulling the wagon.
I would like to
So
say
you-
Scales as a snake.
Okay, you're snake in the grass.
Yeah.
How far in the grass are you going?
Not too far, so she can still see them. But she's clearly hiding in it.
I would like to talk to the bandits if we can.
All right. So I do got a question though, because I think at this point Kestrel sees that Damon's here.
Yeah, he's like literally walking up at
Hey,
it.
Damon. Kestrel waves at Damon, and then so I do got a question in regards to armor. Is it easy to take off, like if it's just straps and that?
No, it's gonna take a while to remove their armor if you want to check, or if you want that.
Oh, I do want to remove their armor.
Okay,
Take
yeah,
it
it's
off
probably,
their armor,
gonna,
guys.
probably gonna take like a good, say, 30 to 40 minutes. Just they are compliant, but you got to do one after another, and some of these straps aren't straps. Some of this shit is literally like tied by knots together.
Oh, I would cut that part, but
Yeah. But it's gonna take a moment to get it all off.
Yep, does so.
Question, DM.
Okay.
Can I use this opportunity to take a short rest?
Sure.
Yay, thank you.
I would like to talk to them while Kestrel is doffing their armor.
Okay, but because this is at the start of him doing that. The kid's immediately gonna go, "Where's Scales?"
She's taking some time to herself.
Okay.
Grass.
She's taking some time to herself, all right?
Oh, okay.
So, where were we before that? Something about families?
I
Tell me about them.
Well, I just got my mother. She I just trying to find something to help her, and I'm not very smart, and work is hard to come by with you know all the problems out here.
Your mother's sick.
No, not really. She's old. I just wanted to help.
I understand that.
Hey,
We're
I really gotta go back. Be right back in a second. Sorry.
Okay.
okay. You do realize, though, the life you've chosen to help your mother not only would get you killed, but cause troubles for others.
Hi, but we gotta eat.
Think, really think your mother would be proud of that?
Auntie, I don't think he had much of a choice.
No, everyone has a choice. You have a choice to be a villain or a hero. And it's these guys' lucky day. They get to make another choice. And if I can, I want to just like take a box and just kind of do the the school gym teacher rotate chair around and sit on a backwards chair.
These aren't that small of boxes.
Oh, all right, then I'm just going to kind of Soviet squat to be eye level with them.
Okay. Pretty big boxes, and they're on their knees. Probably not gonna happen. Like these
Alright,
are
so-
crates.
Oh, then can I just Soviet squat near them?
Sure.
And I'm just going to. I imagine he's Dolphins is going. Do you want to make your mother proud for a change?
I honestly just want to live.
That's a fair point.
I mean, we could, and he goes to say that, but then he switches over to telepathy. Well, I mean, we could just tell him to not do this again, and we could ask for information.
I think that's the best course of action.
Ask for information, definitely.
Telepathy wise, I'm going to tell the kid, part of the bargain that we struck was to help others follow you, right? I think we got a couple of people who need some life changes.
I don't think these people are redeemable. You
Question,
didn't see how they were
Chris-
looking at scales.
question, DM. Can I hear that?
This is telepathic, and you're out of his range.
Oh, am
'Cause
I
this
am I
normal
more than a
tele-
mile? Okay.
No.
Oh.
He's doing his normal telepathy. That is a
Okay.
different telepathy.
Okay, that's
Mm.
fair. Just
You wanted time, so he's not engaging that connection right now.
okay, that's fine. I just want to check.
If you want to engage it, you can.
I will.
No, I imagine I can't hear it, so
sorry.
there's no point me engaging it.
If you're watching them be silent, you know what's happening.
No.
I will put a finger up to Castro if you allow me, and just say, I believe one of the tenets that Scales wrote herself. Not judge those of the evil past, but teach them of greatness and to be good in the future. This might as well. Well, if she can't follow her own tenets, we might as well for her.
Why don't we just give them food and let them?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't hear it.
Why don't we just give them some food and let them go home? Not everyone chooses the lives that they choose, and it's not because they want to.
Oh, I'm fine with them like going home, but I'm not giving them any of our food. They can run for all I care.
We've got plenty of boar, and they're worse off than we are.
I mean, I do feel bad. They also really stink.
We kind of killed their leader.
I know, and again, you didn't know what he was intending with us. I do.
Again, we can't judge him of a pure evil past.
It wasn't past. It was literally a couple minutes ago.
And a couple minutes ago was in the past.
And Kestrel, but you used to do stuff for survival. Maybe they're the same.
This wasn't survival.
You
I
don't
mean-
know that.
They were. Did you see it? Oh, sorry. I will I'm just trying to think, cause I don't think I could mentally share images. Can I?
I mean, you can with the kid, yeah.
Okay. I will show them their kind of like lecherous looks at Scales, and say what they were planning to do to her and potentially me. That was not survival.
To be fair, it was only two of them, and one of them is
Which
now.
two?
And he looks at one of them was the leader, and the other one was the guy who's now pissing his pants.
Perfect. All right, I'm just going to point my head to him and say, "All right, call that one from the herd. The rest
I
have it.
don't
The
feel
rest have a
comfortable with
chance."
that.
Well, if he's unredeemable,
I
what
mean,
else is there for him?
Sure, Kestra, he looked, but do you think he would have acted on it?
Actually, so what would that be like? Mental insight, or I don't know.
That's like future mind reading.
Yeah, I don't think I could do that.
You
right?
gotta look from the guy that
Yeah.
because of insight he was given that like ooh. But again,
Harvey eyes.
Because
partially
yeah,
naked woman in the middle of a field. It doesn't seem too crazy for a guy to look at that.
fair. That's fair. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Kester will do a mental side. Say I can't be certain for that. So yeah, you're right.
A Star's
Mm.
just gonna walk away towards not like away from the people towards Damon, so she's just not looking at the situation.
He's gonna reach out and grab your hand, and he's gonna look at you for a moment, and he's gonna smile, and he's gonna turn back towards everyone. Well, how about this?
Mm.
We don't know anything about these guys. Um, we could always test them, or put them to work or something. Make them.
I was just actually thinking that. Give him a job offer.
This is all mental, so right?
Yes.
I'm not sure if you're comfortable with that.
I mean,
He's
and it would
going
also
to-
make Scales feel great. Because what if these guys were like her personal servants for a few days?
He's going to break mental and look towards them. Hey, you whelps. Would you be interested in a job offer?
There's like a momentary pause where the ones who aren't crying kind of look at each other.
Mhm.
There's no verbal, but they're just kind of like making eye contact with each other. One of them like kind of shrugs, and the one guy who was kind of talking to you about family, like, I mean, we're always. Does it pay well?
It pays with your life intact.
So yeah, it pays well. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Anything you need.
Quick question, Damon, because I would like to insert that part. Is it like just begging, or is it literally like I'll say anything you want me to say?
Go ahead and insight.
Yeah.
He generally seems agreeable to that.
I like this one that has a mother. This one we can keep. The rest could die.
I assume that was mental, right?
I mean, no, honestly.
Alright,
They
okay.
mentioned a place near here, a town. Damon, can you find out about that?
Yeah. And he's just gonna walk over to where they're facing now because he was kind of on their back end. So he's gonna lick over your hand. He's gonna like just kind of rub it lightly with his thumb as he kind of lets go. Kind of walks over and he's gonna kneel down to the guy that you guys have been talking to. Which the kid fucking towers over.
I'm sure, yeah.
And he's just gonna kneel down and it's just the kid's smile on his face. Hi. So it would really benefit all of you in your situation if you would be kind enough to tell us where we are and if there's a town nearby. And the guy, Kestrel, because I'm, because
Yeah.
you're looking at the guy, he kind of raises his eyebrow. Well, Bedlam Village is that way, as he's pointing up towards the road in the forest. And the crossroads are down there, and if you head east, you'll make your way to the outer wall of the kingdom of Lara, and if you head west, many, many days' journey, eventually you'll reach a little outpost.
Are you wanted criminals in any of these places?
Well, the guy like next to him,
Which one?
well, and he kind of points to the two guys who are crying right now. I was like,
Mhm.
well, us three did a stint in the jail and, had to get out of there because we hit up a wagon about 7 or 8 months back. Um, so in the town of Ruffles and Kingdom of Lair, we're wanted there. So we might be wanted in other areas now. I don't know if the tower decided to share.
I'm just going to. No, I'm not going to do that.
Kid is gonna like raise his eyebrow and go, "What's the tower?" And once the main person who's been talking, kind of like raises his eyebrow, like they're obviously having these confused looks.
Mm-hmm.
Scale or Kestrel, just because of the insight you did, they're kind of giving like a surprised look, as if like almost as if they're surprised he's asking these questions.
Yeah.
You know, not asking questions, but these topics.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Stuff that seems common knowledge to them.
You might be able to gather that.
Yeah. Okay. Careful.
I mean, that's what I gather, so that's why I said it.
I mean the towers are, well, in Kingdom of Lara, each, besides the capital, the Citadel, each town in the kingdom is ruled by the tower. I don't know all about it, but each one is, I think, owned by like some magic person, and they're basically the leaders of each of the towns.
Where is the tower by Lara?
Well, there was some all across it.
So, this is mental. So, the thoughts on my mind. I have 3. Convert them into deism, which I'm sure Scales would appreciate. Second, take them in for their bounty and get some decent coin. Or third, hire them.
I am just given the day's journey and everything. I am not in favor of taking them with us.
I would like to just send them home.
Yeah, I'm just let them go.
Okay.
I already broke their weapons and they have no armor, so literally.
And by this note, like since they are, armorless now, a few of them are starting to shiver a bit because, they're basically in their underclothes at this point, and it's cold. So a few of them are shivering.
Oh yeah, and just to be clear, Damon, because I don't think I got a chance to say this before because of my break. Kestrel threw their hide armor into the fire.
Okay. It fucking stinks around this area. Scales, you're fucking hating it. As soon as that armor,
I'm gonna go further back. Just
as
further
soon as that
back.
armor touches the fire, you're just getting burning hide and sweat.
I feel like you're saying this, and it's like, no, don't do that, don't do that. Ah, fuck.
Yeah, and it's just
she's going further back.
Yeah, and given the weather, there would be a breeze. And
I imagine she's cold as well.
Yeah, it's fucking cold.
Yeah.
So, Kid is gonna look at you guys. So not take them with us, but any more information.
You got to be mentally. You're saying you got to be careful what you're saying because already they're suspicious based on the questions you've been asking.
I have a question I would like to hear asked. What do they think of Kestrel? As in, does she seem drow to them? Goliath? First impressions?
Kid just kind of raises his eyebrow, looks at the man. What do you think Kestrel is? A very scary lady? No, and he kind of looks at you, Auntie. What race would you think Kestrel is? And kind of looks back to.
Would she stand out in the crowd?
Keep in mind, hood up still.
Josh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never really seen anyone like her.
Would she stand out in a crowd the way she is?
I mean, some crowds probably, yeah. I've never seen anything that looks like her.
Which crowd?
Yeah, I mean, if I had to guess, those knife eaters, probably an elf of some type.
Nothing more than just an elf, though.
Scary.
Lord, raises hood. Okay, guys, and she kind of taps them both on the shoulder. Okay. Mentally.
You guys, Scales
So
has been gone for a minute. Hold on a second.
yeah.
That's
Go ahead.
Scales.
Yeah.
Where are you? I know where you are, but I'm being nice. Where are you? Do you want me to come get you?
No, it fucking stinks over there. What did you do?
Oh, I didn't do anything. Okay, he's just gonna drop that connection, and you're gonna see him like look over off in the direction and just start walking there. And Scales, a moment later, you see the kid just kind of going through the tall grass and looks down at you. Do you want me to go? I got the toga. Do you want me to bundle you up and take you to the wagon? I brought the wagon back.
What about those
We're
people?
we're figuring it out. Some of them want
They're
to.
not dead or
I mean-
one yet?
No. I'm proud of you. You didn't kill them all.
I wasn't going to in the first place.
I know, but I can still be proud of you because you didn't kill them all, right? Huh? Huh? Here, let me go get you somewhere warm. And he's just gonna reach down with the
Yeah.
kind of bundle you up with it.
She
pick you
shivers.
up.
She just wiggles and.
And a moment later, you guys see him walking out of the high grass over towards the wagon. And he's gonna get in the back of it, like set you down. He's like, "Do you want to go inside, or are you good here?" Here, you're close now, so you can at least be a part of the conversation. And it is
Well,
downwind.
What if everyone else decided to do with them then?
I think people just want to let him go after we get some questions answered.
Let them go. It's the most foolish thing I've ever heard.
I know, but
No,
you
they
know,
will
you
come
once tried
back.
to talk to an evil entity, octopus god thingy.
Yeah,
So you know,
but that doesn't
perspective.
matter. Perspective is that they could easily stab us in the back if they easily wanted to.
I don't think so.
Oh, they could.
Mm,
Trust me, if I
I-
was them, I would.
I mean, they could try, but I don't think they
Yeah.
could. And he's just gonna pat you
You
on your
take
head.
them, you bound them, you do not let them move. If they are going to move, they are going to stay in the wagon right in front of my eyes. So if they try any funny business, I will more than
What do you-
happily snap their
what do you-
neck.
What do you want? Do you want them to just take us? What are we doing with them?
I don't know what we're doing with them yet. Everyone else seems to want to do the peaceful route.
Yeah, kind of. Isn't that literally like a tenant you just
No.
you literally? Yes. And he's gonna
Yes.
reach in his bag, pull out the book, and turn to the page of your domains and stuff, and right on it is peace.
Breaking out
Hang on.
tendons.
There's which tenants he
Other
pointed to
balance of
because
God.
what tenants does he point to? Because none of the words say peace.
The domain and portfolio.
Yeah, because you said tenants.
I get that. My mistake.
Also, domain and portfolio. Actually, yeah, there is peace there. Never mind.
Yeah.
Fair
Wow.
enough. Forgot that part.
You've broken the tenets of not
And
judging for
also-
evil past, and
Yeah.
Also,
broken
he's
the
also
thing.
gonna be pointing at all the other tenants that you are literally trying to like break right now. He's
Uh-huh.
like, you didn't have to make these rules. These are things I agree with anyways.
These are literally your rules.
So, Scales?
Still think it's
I mean-
foolish of you to let them run.
Sure, then what do you want? You want him to bring him into the house and make him work for you for a few days?
No. You let them out in the cold, in the wagon. Now, these
I
are probably bandits. They have probably got some bounty on their heads. You take
They
them
might
for
get
their
hypothermia.
gold. Their
They might get
equipment,
hypothermia.
their equipment, we should have taken it for their gold instead of chucking it
right,
at them.
true.
I know he
It
did.
really-
It really stinks. I can tell.
It really does. Here, it's fine, okay?
What I'm annoyed about,
I know.
do
I will
you?
do better next time.
No. It's not about you doing better. Because you weren't the only one that did nothing.
To be fair, Acer was struck and stuff, and again, there was a lot of miscommunication.
No.
You can't blame
There was clear
back-
communication. She goes inside.
You go into the door.
She goes into the door, yeah.
Okay, the door's currently closed.
She will
Okay, you go over, like,
Yeah.
push against the door.
push
the kid,
against
like,
it.
climbs in the wagon, opens up the door, opens it, lets you squirm in. He's gonna
Yeah.
pick up his toga inside the house and close the door.
She's going into her room, locking the door.
Okay. So everyone else, you see the kid, like, just kind of, like, dealing with that, and kind of walks back over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Scales isn't happy, and this is all mental scape.
Fair.
Scales isn't happy, but yeah.
Mhm.
She
Um,
thinks that we should tie him up and try to turn him into places. But I don't think she realizes that that means we have to watch people for so many days
Yeah, that's gonna be a daily. Yeah,
and
Let's-
feed them and other stuff.
yeah.
Just send them home.
Like I said, I am full on like let them go as is.
I agree with that, but you there, Mama's boy. What's your name?
Tim. My friends call me Tim.
All right, Tim. Now,
Timothy
this is
used to call me.
Timothy. That's a good name. Now, Timothy, this is
No, it's
important.
actually Timothy.
Timothy.
Yeah, Timothy.
Timothy. Timothy.
My father was a really good fella.
All right, Timothy. This is
Yeah.
an important question.
Yeah.
Does anyone else here, besides you, have family that's important to them?
The ones who still aren't like just tired crying,
Mhm.
they kind of shake their heads no. There's no response. They just kind of shake their head no.
Okay. That means you are my special little boy here, Timothy. And, well, I think. And I'm just going to turn and quick mental. We're all letting him go, yes?
Let them all go. Yeah, they can
Yeah.
fend for themselves.
Yeah. While we are going to be kind and help you for, well, without reason or for good cause, let you go. But you, Timothy, I want to give you something for your mother. But first, you have to do something for me.
Anything?
First, what are in these crates?
We found them. This wagon was abandoned down the road, and we found it like a week or two ago, and we decided to set it up. Most of the stuff in here is rotted.
Is there anything that's not?
I mean, there's a bag of grain over there. I think it's still
Alright.
good.
If I can, I would like to unshackle Timothy and help him up.
Oh no, hang on. Kestrel would have stopped you from unshackling them.
Okay.
We're not unshackling them. We're letting them go, but we're not unshackling them.
I mean, could we at least bring the shackles to the front side of them?
Yeah, I mean, at least that.
'Cause
I'm
I mean,
fine with that.
what if they had to use the bathroom? That's just mean.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. My kid's gonna,
No.
like change the manacles to the front now.
Mm.
Now, Timothy, do you have any sort of parchment or something here?
No. Only, and he points to the dead guy. Only he really know how to write.
Is
One of the guys
there?
kind of like speaks up. He's like, actually, I can write in Halfling. I never really
Okay.
learned Common, but yeah, and kind of like goes back to being quiet.
Well, no, that's fine. Their wagon, is it a canvas tarp?
It was. Now it's a canvas tarp with a giant fucking hole in it.
I would like to take one of my daggers and cut a sizable section out.
Okay.
And I would like to take a moment, and I'm still talking as I'm doing this, but I'm going to paint a decent looking scene if you allow me.
Okay.
gonna take
It's gonna
time,
be.
dude.
It's gonna take like an hour even for a smaller image.
That's fine. I just want to make something of commerce.
Well, hang on. Kestrel like would have stopped you. I'm just seeing you dueling.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Given the paper, or given the fact that it's cloth,
Mhm.
it's rough
Mhm.
cloth. You put two and two together, this probably might not sell, even if you drew something nice on it.
DM, as a heads up, I'm just gonna buy a few more hit die because I'm not doing anything.
What are you doing, Auntie?
Jesus Christ.
Well, I was hoping to give this Timothy here something that he could sell to help his mother out.
Dude, the dude tried to rob us and God knows what else to us. We're letting him live. As much as I'm gonna give him.
I agree, but the
No
kids
bots on
are.
there.
I trust you three can figure this out.
How how about this? I have something, and he's gonna say this mentally. He's like, okay, uh, take what I learned from Scales, take what A-Star said, and he kind of like shakes his shoulders out like he's preparing for something,
Hmm.
and he kind of like looks down at all of them,
Hmm.
and you watch. There's a moment where his eyes begin to glow. Like the black of the eyes go darker, the color of his eyes go brighter and more lighter. And then he begins to talk, not in telepathy, but in his regular voice. And it is louder than you would expect, more booming. A-Star, you immediately know what he's doing. With thaumaturgy if you didn't get it. And he speaks out. My name is Damon Godwin, and if forward I ever see any of your faces performing such evil acts again, I will find you, and I will punish you. So in the name of Damon has spoken. He's gonna try an intimidation check, which he's not trained at.
Yeah, I figured not.
Luckily, though, he has advantage given all the situation.
Yeah.
I kind of want to give him inspiration, but I don't know what to add to that. Oh, wait, I know what to add to that if you let me.
Too late.
No.
Oh yeah, we no, trust me. We're gonna find a new light. We're gonna change. We're gonna find us some proper jobs. Yeah, and then the rest of the guys are kind of nodding. And then he kind of mentally goes, "Okay, is that good?"
That's good.
And then he gets kind of like goes back to the serious face again for a moment. Now leave. And booming voice, and they all just like look at each other. Like one of them like begins to stand up and start to move, and then as soon as he gets up, like another one stands up, then another one, then like it's like as one begins to start move quicker and quicker, they're all just kind of like because they're cautiously like looking back at you guys, but
Hmm.
like once they get to like the high grass, that you just hear like they're just running.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that went well.
Yeah.
So those are bandits.
Yeah. Don't hesitate with bandits. Like
I'm
I've
sorry,
kind of
I'm sorry, I
realized.
didn't know.
Yeah, no, I kind of realized, in like in the moment I was very angry because things were happening, but I realized in hindsight not all of you have experience with bandits. Yeah, they will kill and rob you without hesitation. So when I say bandits, don't hesitate.
Well, I mean, they did hesitate there towards the end.
Yeah.
I feel real bad. I didn't
Yeah, she
no,
oversee
kind
no,
of
as
a
he like
lot.
looks over at the dead guy who's just like kind of
I
crushed.
wouldn't feel bad for that because you probably saved their lives because they probably would have stopped unless he told them to stop.
And then he kind of like looks over at A-Star. Did I do good?
You didn't get hurt.
What was that?
You didn't get hurt. That's all I care about.
Oh yeah, I just got a little scratch. It's nothing.
I think I need to get to my room.
Um.
Come find me.
Okay.
She's just gonna go inside and go to.
Okay.
Well, I guess it's just you and I getting these things into the wagon.
Well, I mean,
He said it was all
it's okay.
rotted. Yeah.
yeah.
We got grain here. Grain's good for sale.
I mean, did you guys want to like open one of these boxes? Because we got the stuff that Kestrel and A-Star gathered.
Yeah, we can check them
Like,
out.
throw it some of these boxes,
Check them out.
Mm-hmm.
and the kid will help you, Kestrel, like between your knives and his strength. Like, yeah, you guys can definitely get in there. And going through some of the boxes, yeah, it's fucking spoiled shit. Like one looks like like some vegetation, like potatoes and stuff like that, and they are rotted. There's one like bag full of like bread, which is like hard as rock and covered in mold. Um, Auntie, you are able to find like one like very large like 20-pound bag of grain.
Oh, DM, I just realized something because I asked about their weapons, but they had crossbows, but I don't think you ever said anything about crossbows.
The crossbows are you could barely call them crossbows.
All right. But basically, just for reference, I would have tossed that in the fire as well.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because you gathered most of the stuff that they had. Honestly,
Mhm,
maybe you could sell the metal,
mhm.
but the condition of the rest of the stuff, you'd be hard pressed, you think, to sell a lot of it.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that all the weapons are fire or
Yeah.
destroyed.
Yeah. And then
Might
as
as
you
well
guys are
collect the
going
metal.
through all this, Kestrel in the distance,
Mhm.
you hear hoof marks and horses coming
Guys.
from the semi direction from where the high grass was
Mhm.
and kind of going towards the south, away from you guys. But it was in the same direction that all the bandits ran off into.
They may have had horses. I heard hoof prints on that away from us.
Use those.
Oh, I don't know if I can catch up to a horse.
Well, at least you can see it, right? Maybe you can finally see a horse, with your vision, right?
And he's gonna activate his vision. Nope, I can't see it. They must
Nah.
still be in the high grass, or I can't. Yep.
To be honest, I completely forgot horses existed for a second.
I just didn't know they had horses, but that makes sense because carriage. Yeah.
Alright, help me get this grain in the thing.
Yeah. For the in
I
regards to
got
the
it, Auntie. He just walks up like one hand, like with two fingers, just doink.
in regards to the boxes, let's empty out the boxes stuff because the stuff's spoiled. But we could use the boxes. Guess what says.
I'm just gonna
Yep.
use Mage Hand to scrape out the rot.
Um. Yeah. And he is going to, cause he prepared it. He's going to help you with prestidigitation, Auntie. Those were the two that he prepared.
Whoa!
Yep. Just clean the boxes and then load them up in the cart.
Yeah, you kind of use your hand to like kind of scrape it out, cause yeah, kid really doesn't want to touch it. Like it's
Yeah.
large
Mhm.
parts of it is kind of goop and the fucking smell. First, he uses the prestidigitation to kind of help with the smell, and then it allows he just kind of cleaning the edges. And honestly, you guys probably need like with what you guys gathered, maybe like 2 crates. Probably won't fill
Yeah.
both crates, but it's about 2 crates worth.
Cool. 2 crates.
And kid's like, so do we? Or we'll take the crates in, and we can have the servants fill them up and keep them
Yeah.
like in the fridge.
Yep.
Okay,
Kid, may I talk to you for a moment?
sure. I'll be in a second, Kestrel.
So,
Guess we'll probably go in the carriage then with that anyway.
Okay.
so, I know this whole God thing is more important to the two of you, but I did notice Gale's kind of having trouble following her own rules, and I don't think
Auntie.
she'll listen for
Auntie.
me.
Auntie, I'm going to tell you straight up. I don't ever foresee, and if it is maybe very long down the road, Scales ever really following my tenets fully. Because, let's be honest, she comes from a very different life. She didn't kill anyone tonight. So, that's a start, right? I mean, I know she really wanted to. But, again, like,
Course.
she's my high priestess, but I don't really think I don't know if she has faith. It's more want. I don't know. I might be saying that wrong.
I'm just going to be honest. This whole God thing, not mine, but I remember being in the courts, and when there were rules, even though you had to follow them. Not fun, mind you, but if she is going to be a high priest, she might want to keep it in mind.
I mean, she's establishing these tenets, so I mean that's already a start anyway. She could have easily tried to make my tenets kill all the people, you know.
That is fair.
And he does like fang little things with his hands, like kill all the people, like basically mimicking Scales' fangs. And Auntie, just because things are, what's your passive perception?
I believe it's 13, but give me a second to open the sheet. 13.
Because you guys are by the firelight and stuff like that, and it's kind of noticeable. and especially because of the firelight, you notice that his hair looks a little different. And out from underneath his hair, his ears are kind of poking out of it a little bit.
Damon, come here. Yeah, I'm just going to basically try to cup his face to get a better look, brushing his hair out of the way.
His ears kind of almost have a slightly elven shape to them now. They're definitely more elongated with a slight point. And his hair, especially with the light, not as much as, A-Stars, but there's like almost kind of like a metallic sheen to it now.
I think you've got a bit of elven in you now.
Huh?
Your hair and ears, they're starting to change.
And he kind of like reaches up and starts grabbing. He's like, oh, and he's like reaching at the top of his head. He's like, and his eyes go kind of wide. He's like, oh my, I am changing. And you see that he's like fidgeting with something, two somethings.
Is that a problem? I mean,
Did I
you've kind of
get hit
changed.
in the fight or something? What is this? And he's like kind of leaning his head down. He's like, Auntie, Auntie, is this bad? Is this bad?
Easy,
he's like-
easy, as I'm just going to like kind of go through and see what he's fidgeting with.
You kind of look. He bends down and looks. You see two little bone protrusions on the top of his head.
Well, I be damned. You got horns, lad.
Why do I have horns?
Well, you're a shard of Io. Dragons typically have them.
And he's like stops rubbing him for a moment because the whole time he's kind of like rubbing him. But why are my ears different?
That I can't explain.
In my hair?
Well, metallic sheen, if DM lets me roll or have this information for free.
Go ahead and roll it. Because because I think I know what you're about to say, and no, they don't all have that. Only some of them do. Depends
Okay,
on
wait.
where their parentage is. But go ahead and roll a. This would be an Arcana or Religion.
I will
Actually,
take.
wait.
Arcana. Oh, I already clicked it. Sorry.
I'll allow it. Okay. It is a trait of some Celestials.
Wow.
It's usually something you're born with. And not all Asimars and stuff like that actually have metallic hair. It's like, I mean, you've probably met a few or you've heard tale. It might be like a 1 in 10 thing.
So, where I was actually going, it was metallic dragons, actually.
With that, I mean, yeah, you've heard of metallic dragons.
I've heard of some dragons having metal.
To be fair,
Yeah.
though, and just because you did roll so high and because of the information you don't know if Io was a metallic dragon. And probably with that roll, from what you've heard and, like, what Scale's description and stuff like that, is he was kind of neither. He wasn't classified as metallic or chromatic.
Well, I got a couple theories. I know dragons have some kinship to metallic, celestials do too. If you are part of Io, you would fall into both categories, but as I'm just kind of checking the hair, I can't say for sure.
And it just happened, too. Oh, it must
Did-
have been with A-Star.
Did anything else happen?
Well, she decided to pray to me and take me as her god, and then we kissed. But
Okay.
that was it. Did A-Star change? I honestly didn't even notice. It's so dark out here. Oh my gosh. What if she changed too? I mean,
Actually,
you guys changed.
I have a bit of a theory, actually.
Okay.
She's praying to you, yes. And when we signed up with the pact, we gained traits similar to you. maybe you're gaining traits similar to her.
He kind of ponders it for a moment and just kind of shrugs his shoulders, like, I don't know. I mean, there was a moment where we felt really connected, but I don't know.
I was gonna kind of scruff his hair and be like, to be fair, it's a good look for you.
Can you see the? And as he's touching the top of his head,
Can I?
with the hair, no, they are really tiny little nubbins.
So what I'm going to kind of do is like, no, but and I'm just going to kind of flatten his hair a bit to be like, you can make him protrude if you want.
Oh no, no, just for when we go into town and stuff. I don't, not too much attention.
That's fair, but I mean, look at us. We're going to draw attention.
I know. So we should probably decide what we're gonna. Should I pull the wagon into like the tall grass?
By the fire might not be a bad idea either. Yes, to the tall grass, if you please.
Okay. Do you have any? Could you make me any flexes a little bit?
Um, sorry, I can only do that twice a day.
It's fine.
But if you want, I could try helping. As Auntie would kind of give like a
I
half-hearted
was
flex.
I mean, I can. I think I can do it. I think I can do it. And he's gonna try to lift the wagon so he doesn't like leave a giant like trail.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna switch his genetic focus and use s- feat of
Actually,
strength.
there is one way I could help you if you don't mind. Uh, Mostly because I know you can do this. Bardic inspiration.
Okay. So because of that, he's gonna have advantage +5 plus bardic inspiration. Yeah, more than enough. Like he, oh, I guess I'm stronger than I thought. And he's just, yeah, it's not as fast as when he's like running with it, but yeah, he lifts it and brings the cart into like the high grass, making it not as an obvious of like, hey, there's a cart in here. Um, it just kind of leaves that little bit of like, oh, people have been through here. But he brings it in like a good like 60, 80 feet and just sets it down. Okay, well, um, Auntie, I actually have plans. So, did you want to talk with everyone else to see if they wanted to like post a guard or anything?
Uh, sure. I'll ask the other two. At least Kestrel. I don't
Yeah,
know about
Scale can use
scales.
this moment.
You know
Should I
what?
go talk to her?
Yeah. If you can, do you want me? You said you have plans. I can talk to her if you really need me to.
I mean, yeah, I think it would be good because I sometimes feel like I'm always the one who has to like talk with Scales to support her and try to help and everything. And I think it would be good for her to see that everyone else also cares because I know you guys care, but a lot of times all you guys do is yell at her. And with time, if that's all she ever sees, then I know you've helped here and there, Auntie, but yeah, a lot of it's you guys like complaining to her, yelling and saying, rah. So maybe,
To be fair, that is mostly Kestrel.
yes, to be fair, that is definitely more Castro, but because you've been there before for her, I think it would be nice.
Yeah, I'll handle it. Just go do
That,
whatever you
that
need
kind
to.
of middle ground.
Though one more thing.
Of course.
I'm just gonna ruffle his hair and be like, I'm actually kind of proud. You actually got a girl.
Well, I mean, I, in his red face. Thank you.
Yeah. Just go on, Tiger. I'll handle the rest for the night.
Okay. And he's going to go in. We will handle that last. Uh, First things first. Kestrel, you probably just, you probably just moved the stuff, helped told the servants what to do.
Pretty much, yeah.
Moment. So, as you're like finishing up with that, giving orders, helping the servants out with all that,
Mhm.
you go over to the table, grab like a piece of meat real quick, and once you're done with that, like you see Auntie basically coming in, or well, the kid kind of running to hey, and he just goes up the stairs and
Oh,
disappears.
I was.
He does. He's like quick, like
No, no,
hey,
no. This is in character, actually.
yeah. Uh,
Oh, I was gonna talk to you guys about Watch. Does he
and
have
then
anything to
Auntie
do?
is like coming right behind.
Well, that was kind of Auntie at that point.
Yeah, Auntie.
You may be muted. Right?
Apparently, I muted myself on accident.
Yeah.
I was literally saying, "Oh, you start the sentence looking at Damien, but end the sentence on Auntie."
Well, because basically he was kind of like about to say something.
Mhm.
Damon, like in character, he ran up the stairs or whatever. Then Kessler looked down. He's like, I was gonna discuss Watch.
Yeah, I'm even gonna say I'm gonna spend his genetic points because I'm gonna say he probably was moving real quick.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Heads up, Damon. Has it been an hour at all?
Yes.
Okay, doing Warlock. It's Bendy back.
Yes, about that. I'm going to talk to Scales if she is not, what's the next ways? If she doesn't feel like participating in Watch, can you take the late and I'll take the morning?
Yeah. No, I was kind of thinking I would keep an eye out anyway. I didn't want someone to be alone, but yeah, that works.
I mean,
Actually, let Scales rest. I think she needs some time to cool down, and also, with her leg and everything.
that's fair, but Damien did ask me to talk to her.
Yeah, no, definitely doctor. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
But
just meant in
since
regards
you,
to Watch, let her rest. You know what I mean?
oh, yes, of course. But yes, since you got the goggles, you're gonna have to take the dark shifts.
That's fine.
All right. And I'm just going to look to one of the servants. Can you bring me a platter of Scales' finger food?
Oh, but of course we keep some ready at all times. And he disappears for a moment and then comes back with a plate of literal finger food.
Yeah.
Kessler goes outside and does Watch.
Well, technically there are a few toes in this because the toes are a different type of delicacy.
Yeah, they really are. It's the difference between like having beef and venison.
Yeah, a little bit.
And would you want to happen to have any of that Yanti drink? Do you?
There was some prepared, so yes, we do have some prepared.
I need a pitcher and 2 glasses if you can.
But of course. And he just hands it to you.
All right. I'm just going
Keep in
to
mind, you don't have enough to carry all of this. Would you like assistance?
Yes, please.
Of course. And he's just gonna follow you with the pitchers and the glasses. Because it's a big tray.
I will be holding like some of it, whatever I can.
I mean, you
It's a
got the tray.
visual gesture. Yeah. So I'm going to go up to Scales' door and Scales.
You're knocking.
She would just like click her fingers for one of these sevens just to unlock it, but she herself is just staying like
I know.
on the bed.
So, yeah, the door opens, Auntie.
Hey, I brought you some of your delicacies.
Not hungry.
That's fair. And I'm just going to hand the tray and like kind of gesture to a nightstand or something for them to place it down on.
They do so.
Scales, do you mind if I sit with you?
No, go ahead.
And I'm going to pull a seat on the bed.
She ain't looking at you, by the way.
I figured.
Yeah.
Watching the housewives of Fisher Isle.
No, she's not even watching that. I imagine she's just got like her face bundled like in the duvet, just covering her face.
Joke, but yeah.
I know.
She's like, I'm in a bad mood. Trash TV.
So, first off, how are you feeling? your leg doing any better?
Is my leg doing any better? As she sits up and gets up. For starters, no, my leg's not doing any better. But why didn't you ask about the 3 arrows that protruded my back and the back of my head, which I got whacked around? And
My
no,
next question.
it hurts.
If you let me, and I'm just going to visibly have the magic prepare for healing word.
No, don't even bother.
If you insist.
The three of you stood there and did nothing. You didn't even react afterwards. What's the point of helping me now if you wouldn't help me before?
Scales, if... Alright, I know this is going to be hard to understand. But
Oh, try me. You don't give me enough credit as it is.
I was worried if I attacked, they would finish you off before I had a chance.
You should have attacked when I attacked. Should have attacked when I said to Damon, and I'm pretty sure Damon would have said it to you. We got crossbows pointed at us and we're shackled. That is not a time for talking. That is not a time for letting them shackle you. That is a time for putting them down. You all stood there and did nothing. A-Star may be, say, cleric of Damon now, but as far as I'm concerned, she just watched her high priestess get pelted and whacked to the back of the head. I know where I stand with you, though. Trust me, if I would live out there by myself, I would.
Is that really what you want?
I have no choice. I would die out there by myself. I would not be here in this group if I could live out there by myself.
You would even abandon Damien.
If he stayed with you, then yes. I know I'm not wanted.
Not wanted. Scales. I see you like a daughter. I don't know how
Yeah,
to
and you
express
watched
that.
your
I want
daughter
to.
get pelted in the back of the head with 3 arrows. Do I need to keep repeating what happened?
What? Do you know how scared I was in the moment?
Do you know how scared I was in the moment? I almost died, and everyone did nothing. That is not how family, as you put it, treat each other. That's not how friends treat each other. As far as I'm concerned, that's not how heroes treat each other. That is how people that are acquaintances, at the very least. Again, I would be out there by myself if I knew I would live. But I won't live, because 1, it is freezing cold. 2, I have Set coming after me and I'm waiting to die at any moment. It's just a matter of when. You see me as some evil snake, someone who wants to kill and torture and hurt those for nothing. You do not give me the credit that I actually think about what I do, how I act, how I feel. I have changed a lot for this
Scales.
group. No. I would have slaughtered them all if I was by myself. I would have not asked permission before sending out a spell to kill that leader of Scorching Rays at full blast.
Scales,
I have
yet to
changed.
see you.
A lot. You guys, though, I'm just an evil snake to you.
Can you be an evil snake to me when I've never even seen you as that? I've only saw you as who you are now. Someone that I want to protect. Someone who, while yes, being shot, my first thought is, I need to help. I need to get you up.
Then why didn't you?
I healed you.
should have killed them as they were attacking.
You're right. I should have. But someone's been whispering in my ear that, oh, here's these tendons. We need to make him a god. We need to follow these rules.
You can't
I'm
even
trying
talk
to go
about
on-
tenants. You even said to me yourself you would not follow this religion, so don't you dare speak to me about tenants.
I know I can't, but I'm trying because it's important to you.
You're either trying to follow the religion or you're not.
Trying to support you fully.
If you're going to support me, then leave me alone.
Won't you just kind of stand up? If that's what you want. Just know, you may not see us as family.
Why would I see you as family? My own family tried to kill me.
Fair enough. I'll leave you be. And I will make my way out.
Okay. You're making your way out. Walking fast. No. Okay. So, you go ahead and head out. Where is your goal to end up?
What I would do is I was close Scales' door behind me.
Okay.
Let out a bit of a sigh and lean against the frame. And just kind of mental message. Trying not to be invasive, just kind of to update him, be like, Scales needs time alone. I tried to talk where I could. And basically leaving him that message, just make my way down to Kestrel.
By the way, DM, are we gonna have a break? It's been 3 hours now.
It's not been 3 hours
It's
now.
not been
Yeah,
free.
it is.
No, it
You
hasn't.
started at 7,
No.
and it's almost 10.
I can tell you exactly how long we have been live. We have been alive for, oh Jesus, we have almost been live for 3 hours.
3 hours. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was just
never
joking.
mind.
3
Never
hours.
mind,
Like,
yeah, fair enough.
It's not been 3
I
hours.
was
can
gonna
tell
say
you.
something because I'm like, oh wait, no, we haven't, because my blind ass saw 8:54,
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like it's 10 o'clock,
and then I
dude.
like focused, and I was like, oh, that's 9. And, But I was gonna say something, but then she kept going on. I was like, I'll just let her riff.
Yeah,
Fair enough, no,
I was
fair
kinda
enough,
like,
that's
yeah,
fair.
no, I'll wait.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna say, on that note, break.
Yeah.
Quick,
'Cause I'm
quick
like,
break. Quick break.
I have not
Wait,
realised it's been
uh,
3 hours. That's
No
been,
I
snail
need
break.
that's been super
no
quick.
snail break.
Isn't me though, that was
Hey.
super quick.
That was super quick.
it was, but still, it's been 3 hours, guys. Come on.
I need to use the bathroom. I need a cigarette.
Yeah.
Oh, it only felt like an hour to me.
No, go ahead. Go
Okay.
break.
Maybe.
Scales is the type of lady like you see in those police videos of like, like woman in Austin gets tased, and then you hear her side, and she's like, I was just sitting there and they tased me. They were being so mean. And then it cuts over to the officer's body cam, and she's like, they're all like, ma'am, put your hands behind your back, and she starts flailing out and stuff like that. And they're like, ma'am, please, you're resisting. Please stop resisting, ma'am. This is your final warning, ma'am. And she's trying to hit him and stuff, and then he gets tased, falls to the ground. They're like, ma'am, we're tasing. They fucking handcuff her, and she's still fighting, hissing at him, yelling at him, right, just going all to the walls, just straight Karen.
I've seen this in person, so
I
I
just
know.
realized Scales has a little bit of Karen in her.
I saw all that back talking in general chat.
Hey, you guys do it all the fucking time when I'm trying to do shit, so I
I
don't want to
know.
hear crap when I do it once. It's like, you guys didn't do anything. I just spontaneously started resisting without telling you guys anything, and you didn't do nothing. It's like literally you blast. Why didn't you guys do anything? Like immediately after, it's like you just did it. Like
It's funny though.
it's like you fucking resisted, and it's like why? Why me? It's because I'm a snake, isn't it? I don't know. See, that literally comes down to party miscommunication. The kids' intent just wanted to be close, so then you guys could all talk to each other, and if you guys wanted to break out, you were together and you could coordinate it. This is just some people decided they weren't having this.
Listen. I mean, it's not like A-Star knows how to do anything but be peaceful. She was at war for 80 years, yeah, but only against one race. So her reaction is just to go back to that natural state of peace that she was in for 200 years.
I will say the opposite, but for scales. He's not really a thing for her.
So after that, I'm sure Castro's like, yeah, maybe Scales isn't the best person when it comes to tact when we go into town at the gate.
No, definitely. Yeah.
Who are you and what are you doing in the kingdom of Lara? Who are you to ask me? You're like, fucking Karen mode.
Also, like again, Kessel did do something, and he even said,
Yeah, he did. He just fucked it up. Like,
So don't group him in
he did.
everyone, you know?
Scales
To be-
would've seen
to be
Kestrel
fair-
as soon as that happened, try to break out and just fell on his fucking face and flomped over.
To be fair, she said you three.
Yeah, she did say you three for one part, but she did, switch to everyone. So I just want to make sure it's clear that
Yeah.
she knows.
Yeah.
Kestrel's on her
Trust
side.
me. Yeah, Kestrel's never really on Scales' side for anything,
No,
but
he
yes,
was on this side.
she knows you did something. Not quite sure what it was, but you did something.
You guys should know this by now. If the kid is being pulled in two different directions, he never does anything.
Yeah.
So you had two people saying be peaceful, and then you have two people who are resisting at a certain time. So it's like this back and forth, and he just froze.
God, this fucking kid, oh no.
It's okay. Like most problems, he'll just have to fix it himself.
I would like to point to the part about the terms because people kept bringing it up. The domain of balance, peace, and full of frustration and anger.
Yeah, so again, he's struggling with a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
So don't expect the kid's actions to be swift anytime soon. I mean, that should not shock any of you guys at this point. He's got a long way.
Especially because he's been talking to A-Star for the past 10 days, and she's probably been talking about peace and love and all this bullshit.
But there's always a way to talk stuff out and stuff. And then, when discussing it with Auntie and Acer, they both seemed super on board with talking. So he thought, oh yeah, we could just reason with them. He also, it's funny, the reason why he put all of his strength into that is think about all the fights you guys have been in thus far.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So he didn't know that guy was going to get that fucked up. Keep in mind, your average bandit has 12 H or 11 hit points. And he did. I didn't even roll all of the damage. I stopped at that point, but technically he would have also done 3d6. He did rip through that fucking canvas. So.
Essentially, he did major damage. Like,
Yeah, 9 plus. Oh, I'm in GM roll mode. You guys didn't see the first time.
Yeah, we didn't.
Okay. Yeah. He dealt. That's 38 with that. Plus another 9. He dealt fucking 47 damage to the single guy with a single punch. He exhausted a lot of his, gene pool, but you know,
you did mention that, yeah, because you said you put everything into it. So
yeah,
I
he
was
literally
like, oh,
just
shit.
one go, bonus action, 3 points, action, 3 points, and as a reaction for making a melee attack, another 3 points, so 9 points right down the drain. That's more than half of his daily total.
Mhm. Yeah, but I also thought it was funny. I'm like, it's been 3 hours. You guys are like, oh no, it's not been 3 hours. I'm like, I'm looking at the clock, guys.
To be fair, I'm blind. I thought it was 8.
Yeah, I know.
And
I do
then once I
forget you're
noticed
blind
it, my
sometimes.
wife, she'd already started talking. And I got, no, okay, never mind. I'm just gonna shut up.
Yeah, because believe me, I was like, loving it, but at the same time, though, I'm like, I gotta go outside, guys.
Also, I did not expect this encounter to go this way at all.
Oh, I got an update email.
But
Of course, I told Damon about this earlier. They were originally gonna take away messaging from my class.
okay.
The principal reversed. Like, okay, seeing all your emails. We're not gonna do that anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure you weren't the only teacher who was like, wait, what?
Oh, I looked at my phone just now to see her, because they don't know how to not reply all. Cause
Oh yeah, CC reply all.
so there's like 14, like no, there's 15 emails after mine saying, please don't.
Oh, trust me, I know how bad it was. One time in high school, I literally used one of my teacher's accounts to log into their network. You know, where they have all their grades posted and all the schedules and stuff, and literally printed out people's grades because I was in computer class and the person, like it was a computer class where they like literally taught you the basics of everything. So it was a class I didn't need at all. So I mostly just fucked around in that class, and one time we had a sub in there and he was yelling at me, and so I logged in, printed all that out, set it on his desk, and I was like, I think I know how to use a computer, and sat back down. Then I got in a whole bunch of trouble because I broke into the school system,
Oh,
and
jeez.
yeah, and then I just had to tell him, like, it's not that I'm super savvy either. Like, your guys' system is super easy to break into. All I had to do was guess one of your guys' passwords, and remember, most of the faculty is in their 50s and 60s, so it's like,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a very secure system
yeah,
at all. I wish I could say they were, but they're
They're
not.
not.
And those classes that you were in, I was in that same class. Very useless. Always useless. I literally taught my third graders to do all of that.
yeah. In that class, there was at one point a fucking 4-week class dedicated alone to doing slideshows on PowerPoint.
Jesus Christ. No.
I was like, what? There was like another like month dedicated to like Internet Explorer or internet stuff, and it's just like, again, I'm like, it wasn't just me either. Like, there were certain sections where students were like, are you fucking serious? Like, yeah, certain programs your average student doesn't fuck around with all the time, but Internet Explorer or how to browse the internet, Jesus.
I remember.
And it was really funny because I used to fuck around in that class all the time because they had, you're at school, they have that protection stuff to where you can't go to certain sites. I just use a proxy site.
Nice.
Can't block what they don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, my kids know how to get around that. They watch me get around that to watch certain videos on YouTube for them. They blocked, and I was like, because I was teaching English and we were doing poetry. It's like, fuck regular poetry. It's boring. We're gonna listen to a rap song, my dudes, and then we're gonna analyze the figurative language. Cause poem. And yeah, my district blocked all rap music, even clean rap music. So that doesn't say something about where I live.
Well, to be fair, a lot of school systems and districts, like there are certain things that just get, because it's hard for those security filters to like distinguish between stuff. So if it's flagged as one thing or tagged as something, it's just gonna block anything related to it.
Oh yeah. But you can watch a video from Bridgerton on there.
I mean, yeah, but even like in my school, like you could like metal, rap, anything that old white people might consider scary or disturbing to youth was basically on the list.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Meanwhile, I was laughing my ass off showing porn to my friends in the class in the corner. Like, look what I'm doing at school. Then I taught them all about the proxy site, and then it just spread across the school. It was funny because the next year they basically, there's a rule that no proxies, and if you got caught on one, you could get in trouble. Like, why don't you just ban it? Oh yeah, you can't.
That reminds me, you guys saying like about dodgy like security stuff on computers and whatnot.
Dodgy security at a security company.
Yes, quite literally, yes.
Yep, I know.
Yeah.
I do know what you're gonna say because I still laugh at that to this day.
Oh yeah, it is just so funny. It's because like everyone had the same password and the same theming for their username. It did not require much.
Some context, A-Star.
Yeah.
My wife previously worked at an unnamed security company. You know, that is in charge of security cameras and stuff like that and securing people's places and properties.
I would also like to say not a public one, but for private, so people actually pay for this.
Yes. The stories she would tell me about this fucking place, I'm like,
Oh god, yeah.
Jesus Christ. Like,
Yes.
it's so outdated and so, like, oh,
Bad, yeah.
yeah.
We were
White people, man, they fuck shit up because they're not smart.
actually no. I'm gonna have to say this for the company. No, I wouldn't necessarily say that it was say, oh, why are people like buying into this stuff?
Oh no,
Oh,
but the
no,
ones
no,
who
no.
are running the company to, you know, the security part of it.
Old
Oh,
white
yeah.
men who are running it.
Oh no, we were technically owned by a Japanese company, so
Ah,
Oh,
Yeah.
so they definitely didn't give a fuck.
yeah.
Because to be fair, I'm sure they probably bought a British company out
Yeah.
at some point to
Yeah.
own the name and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So they just probably kept the same rules and stuff because they just care about the money coming in, not how well it's done.
Yeah.
if it starts
Oh,
to do
God.
bad, they tend to sell it off into pieces.
So is everyone ready?
The stories at
Alright.
that place.
Try.
So just awry. I could sense something was awry. See, I can do it too, assholes.
Were you frustrated the other day?
He
I was a
was.
little upset.
He actually gets frustrated with that.
He gets so annoyed, and I hear him on voice, and I can't help but think it's adorable when he's just sighing and grumbling and, well, no, because I think it's freaking adorable.
Could be worse. You could have the whitest name imaginable that has every pun to do with it.
No, actually, technically, I have an African American name.
Oh no, I was referring to myself because back home, when I used to work at a fast food restaurant, I was always very tired and very confused. And because of my first name being what it is, they called me Little Lamb.
Nah, Mary.
I'm just pondering out of the two of us who has like the whitest name, because my name is very, very common. No.
Ooh, I gotta give it to Mary on that one.
Oh, it gets better. I have a double first name, Mary Helen.
Yeah, I think you were on
What?
that one.
She does win on that one. Yeah, so I'd say.
Oh, I mean, yours does come in like again. It's like apples to crab apples here. Like it's so close. Like
Mm.
you
Yeah.
both have very white names. Like
Yeah.
and they're both very like, just like it's a few steps away from John Smith.
Yeah.
Oh,
y'all want
yeah,
to hear the
yeah.
best part? My
Yeah.
mother's name is Karen.
Nice.
Oh, is she a Karen now?
A little bit.
Okay, yeah. from the stories I've heard, I just pictured as soon as you said it, I'm like, yeah, she probably sounds like a little bit of a Karen.
Hmm.
Okay, right, you good?
I'm finishing a cigarette.
Okay, but do you want to continue? There's
Oh,
not going to
yeah,
be rolls
because,
or anything.
Oh, you mean continue for the night?
No, like, are you ready to play?
Like this second, I have a cigarette, but I can keep playing.
Okay, Jesus. Anyways,
I don't have my computer in front.
okay, there's not going to be rolls probably, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And I figured we are going to continue because it's only been 3 hours. And you know we play for 4. Okay, so, Auntie, you're just, you said the message, anything after that?
All I was doing is going to Kestrel and just eating until I need to take a rest.
Okay.
Christian
Um,
DM, how long do I have on the house?
To the next day.
Oh, okay, I can't remember if I redid it or not.
No, because, you know, you guys, again, we were kind of skipping the, you know, like the reset.
Yeah,
reset.
Yeah, I know, that's why I wanted to
I know the
clarify.
time period that it is, so just during that time, I'm assuming you guys step out and reset it. You know, until there comes a moment where it might be particular to a situation, I'm just gonna assume you guys are just
Okay.
resetting.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, everyone's like, okay, out of the house. Everyone's out. Okay, sit for a minute. Okay, back in the house. Back in the house. You know. Okay. So they're doing that. Kestrel, are you doing anything particular?
Well, I said he was keeping watch.
But anything else besides that?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Got it.
I would like to say that after probably about an hour, scales will also go out.
Okay. Are you having any of the Yon tea drink? They did prepare it for you.
No.
11.
You would probably slither past Auntie at some point. Who's probably like, you may not see her because the door could be closed, but you probably notice that she's in the kitchen or the dining room.
I figured. But she was gonna go out.
And about like an hour or so into your watch, Kestrel,
Mm-hmm.
the door opens and you kind of, just by a habit, look eye level. Are you still Snake?
Oh, no, she was being humanoid this entire time.
Second there, I thought you said slither out.
No.
Okay. So you see, you see Scales there coming out.
Hey, Seals.
Hey. Is the
How you
corpse
doing?
still over there?
Corpse?
I
You
was
see
gonna
high
DM.
grass.
Ah, no, blue
Out
the
back,
corpse.
you kind of just see high grass.
Fair. Fair enough. Been better.
You need any healing or anything?
Nope.
What a situation, Kestrel says.
You're telling me. Hey,
Like,
I half expected it.
yeah, I mean, because, like, you did the right thing, like, blasting that guy, because I was a hope, like, when I yelled there was a bandit, they're bandits, that, the rest of the crew would have reacted to that, but.
You would think, but also given the company, I am not surprised.
Yeah. I did my best to try to, like, get my way, like, to, get the shackles in front of me, and grab a sword, but I did not turn out well. Kestrel chuckles a bit.
I must admit, I looked over for a moment, you looked really stupid, and I was like, okay.
It's okay.
Kestrel, who still has a bit of mud on his face.
Yeah.
Her
Yeah.
face.
She'll clean it off with prestidigitation and stuff.
Oh, thanks. I didn't notice that. Are you okay? Do you need anything?
Nothing that you can give.
What do you mean?
If you're able to give me some warm clothes, maybe that nice sword of yours, and a good decent amount of food, then yeah, I'll take it. But probably not.
But, like, you got the mansion and everything. Like, what do you need all that stuff for?
Just gives him a look.
DM, what kind of look is it?
Just. She gives you a look.
I know, but like, I don't know like what a look means. Like, is it an intimidating look? Is it like what?
Is it like a really look?
Yes.
It's a really look.
Okay.
So you can interpret that however the fuck you want. Or just ask. I don't know. That's always a choice.
I mean, I did ask like, what do you need that stuff for? And she just said, look.
Just gonna imagine that you're probably looking confused for like a good while now.
I guess it does look a bit confused for a second.
As I told Auntie, if it wasn't for the fact that I would be dead by myself, I would have gone a long time ago.
Oh man, someone dropped out of the call.
Right. I think he's switching back over.
Oh, okay. You want to continue?
Sure.
Yeah, fine.
Okay, yeah.
You know what? Auntie decided to tell me about the tenants that I wrote. The one who wouldn't even admit that they were going to follow the religion in the first place decided to teach me what my own tenets were.
I imagine that hurt.
She has no right to.
You know, Scales, the others, I mean, you know, A-Star said she's been in battle before, and, you know, Auntie,
Really?
she said
A-Star's
she
been in
did.
battle, she's been in war, but she's all about peace and love and whatnot.
That's
She
actually
reckons
what
that
I
she
was trying to get
killed,
to.
but she probably hasn't done a single thing to try and, you know, actively try to, you know, kill. Or, you know, take orders from someone.
Yeah,
She's probably
that's
held
actually
up a sword, scared, maybe a little dagger, scared, shaken, as the enemy happened to fall on top. Probably at the very most.
That's kind of what I was getting at. The others, they don't really understand certain things.
You think I do? Technically have not been in a single war. You guys all go on about being in this war.
Mhm.
I haven't. And yet somehow I have bigger balls than the pair of them combined.
Different life experiences.
Different life experiences, but they all hold me to theirs.
This is kind of where I would disagree with them in this regard, because I know, like, you know, they wanted to try to talk things out, but I already knew from the get-go, once, like, they were looking at you and all the other stuff, there was no talking to these guys.
Of course there wasn't. Yeah. Auntie tried to told me to follow my tenants.
Mhm.
If she knew anything about my people, the High Priestess doesn't have to.
Is that how, you know, I'm not kind of, I don't really,
Yeah,
you know.
the High Priest does not have to follow the tenets of Set.
Oh,
They will still be considered High Priest. But they don't have to do any sacrifices, worshipping so much, you know, any of the atypical things the Lessers would do. They can sit there and do whatever they like. I'm fed up of having to change just to fit everyone else. I was told I was okay being a Yanti. Apparently not.
well, I can't speak to how you want to be in regards to a person, like, you know, either you from the past or your own person now, but I can say, only on my experience, that person I was before, I don't want to be them anymore.
Yeah, no offense, but you were probably a really shit person back then. You was
I was.
weaker, taking control of a tool, as you put it, and now you stand on your own 2 feet. Pretty good promotion, if I say so myself. I've only lost. Yeah, I was a sacrifice to Set, but I was living the luxury.
But you also kind of go on about like how, even though you were royalty, you weren't fully free.
I wasn't fully free, but at least people would do what I say and not judge me for it. At least I was fed and clothed in gorgeous garments every single day. People would look at me with devotion in their eyes and know full well that I was better than them in every single way. I look at the other two, and even Aestar admitted themselves. They're scared. They're scared that I will turn on them and bite on them at any moment. Again, I am not here because of this family thing Auntie keeps going on about. Frankly, I hate the word, it makes me sick. I am here because if I go out there by myself, I would definitely be dead.
Is that the only thing holding you back, your injury?
No. My entire being.
How do you mean?
When was the last time that a lone, say snake, was out by themselves, freely, without a care in the world? Oh,
In
wait.
nature, not many.
Not nature. Let me put it this way. Imagine being hunted by, let's say, something that you can't even beat.
Okay.
But you're alone. No one's going to defend you. You can't attack it. There's no hope for that. The only thing you can do is try and extend your life as long as possible. And you're waiting. Just waiting for the day for the strike. That's what this is.
Waiting to die. Oh. I do remember times where I very much didn't really know when I would buy the dust. That's how my family was. So I don't really call it family, but you know, growing up it was literally, oh, what will kill him? Dogs? No. Monsters? Maybe. Kept just kind of setting stuff until
But you can fight
I just
against
did die.
dogs and monsters. It was an optional death for you whether to give up or not. Mine is literally wait.
But you are kind of looking for an option, aren't you? I mean, I thought that was the whole point of this, you know.
Yeah, that's only so
Damon,
far until, Damon decides to, back down as well. I don't have the
Think
biggest
you
faith
would?
in gods. I would not be surprised.
At this moment, the door opens.
Okay, looks.
The kid's standing there.
Hey, Damon.
Scales, is everything okay?
Yeah.
Why don't you look through my eyes real quick?
Tries to.
Once again, you see the chain connecting you and him, and it is chipped away and trembling and shaking. There are large pieces of the links currently broken.
Why am I not surprised?
So, something is wrong.
Scales, if you want, I can let you two talk.
No, it'd be for the best.
You're
Okay.
currently looking at him. He looks very moist, like he was just like washing up and quickly came out here. But as he steps out, all that moisture just disappears.
He's out.
He's out of the house now, so yeah.
No, sorry. It was just kind of funny because I just kind of, like literally like an out of shower scene, like.
I imagine it's like
Oh.
one of those like hair shampoo adverts where you got like a female with like really red hair,
Yeah.
but then she shakes it and it's all of a sudden dry and fluffy and shiny.
Is he born with it, or maybe it's Dabeline?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. But he's gonna smile towards you, Castro. And are you going in?
Yeah, if you guys want, I'll go inside, or I can just keep watch. Your choice.
I've got this.
Okay, I'll go inside. And she'll just kind of lightly pat Scales on the shoulder and head in.
And the kid just kind of comes over and kind of sits down, kind of next to you, Scales. So you want to talk about it?
I don't know how long I can stay. I really don't.
I mean, what's stopping you?
I'm gonna have to say this a third time now. Probably more than a third time. You know full well I'll be dead out there by myself.
So what if I could give you more power?
You know, last time you did that, you were chipped and burnt away and whatnot. Everyone
So,
already hated me for that.
I don't want to ever feel like I'm holding you back. That's why I've been trying to get stronger. So, if there's something I can do, I'll do it.
How do I say this? How do I say this? You was
Scale-
picked on by those kids, right? Back at
It's-
home for being different?
Before we get into that,
Hmm?
Scales, I could give you a lot of power. Would it help you out there? You pick fights with everyone. If anyone challenges you, you start a fight. I mean, would all the power in the world even help? And where would you go? What would you do? I'm here to support you in any way, but
Then tell me what I should do. You told me to be proud about who I was, who I am.
sure,
And yet every time I try to.
try to act kind of poorly.
No,
I mean,
who I
just-
am.
just hold on a second. You know, you're upset that no one did anything, but you also didn't tell anyone to do anything.
It was clearly obvious.
Sure, to
Clearly.
you, I guess, but I didn't know. There was no communication. I mean, you sometimes act and then expect people to understand, and then get upset at them because they don't. But you could have just taken a moment to explain it.
We don't have moments in fights like this.
But we were already locked up. We could have taken a few moments to just talk. I could have been the first one to move, and instead of you getting shot, those arrows could have been aimed at me.
Yeah,
I
and then
would do
Asa
that,
wouldn't be happy about that either, would she? No.
but I mean, do you see the spiral we get into? At least with communication, whatever actions we can take, at least we're in agreement. Or at least come to terms with it.
I asked you once
feel like-
before, do I need to change? Tell me again if I need to change or not.
It's not a matter of change. Scales, you're not stupid. Sometimes you make decisions that you think you're right, but I mean, I'm supposed to protect you and you didn't let me. You try to do everything yourself sometimes. You push and poke sometimes where honestly you could just take a moment and you don't need to push or poke. Gain more information, and it's you always tell me I need to be doing this stuff, but then you don't do it yourself at all. You want me to be more confident and say what's on my mind and do things, but when I do, it's always seems to be too late because you've already pushed ahead. I mean, if I'm struggling, I'm sure other people are to understand what's going on inside your head sometimes. And no offense, it's not a matter of change, but are you even giving everyone a chance?
They know full well who I am, what I'm capable of.
Sure,
What I'm
but
not capable of. I'm fed up of having to change to fit them.
okay, but what do you need to change then to fit them?
Apparently everything.
Name it. Because I find that the only time this group ever really has any serious issue, and I mean this in wholeheartedly, Scales, is because you act on your own. There's no discussion, there's nothing, and then you lash out at people because they're not on the same page. I mean, I can literally read thoughts and see memories that you guys want to, and I can't even tell what you're doing half the time.
Hmm.
It's
You
tough
wanna
to
read
keep up.
memories, read mine. And she'll say all the
I've already-
times that she's been alone.
I get that, and you're not alone anymore. So let us in. Talk to us. 'Cause
I've
if you
tried.
absolutely you haven't. You do stuff, we have to keep up, and then if we don't, we get yelled at. And then, no offense, but sometimes, and this is to everyone in this group, you guys can be very hypocritical, telling me one thing, then acting a different way, and then there's go back and forth and back and forth. So it's hard to keep up sometimes. Sometimes you act like you want to change parts of you, some of you, none of you, and yeah, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with you, but sometimes I feel like you act out just to put on a show. You say you feel no emotions, but that's not true. I mean, you've shown me memories, but let me show you some. And he's just going to show you images of all the times back at home prior to you getting your memories of you hugging him, ruffling his hair, chanting Justice League, Justice League, Justice League, and all of that. You were still a Yanti, and you kind of get the overlapping emotion that he's sending to you is kind of expressing this. Is like, this is still you. You did all of this. And then he continues with words. Ever since getting your memories back, I feel like some conflict comes from, I don't know, like you want to hold on to some parts just to show that you're you, but then those same parts you always tell us how much it sucks. So it's like, why are you even holding on to those? I'm saying you don't need to change who you are, but is that really who you are? I mean, I get there's a lot of traits and pieces that you enjoy. Like, I get it. You enjoy eating people. Great. Awesome. Don't change that. You don't have to. But do you have to eat the innocent? Do you have to eat real people? I mean, no offense, Scales, but if you wanted to go munch on that dude over there, I wouldn't have too many complaints. He's already dead. Might as well, circle of life that. But, I mean, some of this other stuff, do you want to be that? You want to be the person who's ready to abandon the people who are trying to help? Do you want to be the person who doesn't communicate with people? Do you want to be the person who lashes out at everyone even when they're trying to help? Even though they may not do exactly what you want, they're still trying. Do you want to be that person?
You're supposed to be my patron and god, right?
No. I'm your friend. I am Damon Godwin, the little kid you found in a piece of glass. Right in this moment, I am just him. And I care about you. I love you. I love Auntie. I love Kestrel. We've only met A-Star, but already my feelings for her continue to grow. And I want to help all of you. And I want to be there for all of you. And I want to make sure, I'm doing what's right. And I know, yeah, you enjoy the torture and the darker bits, but, you know, why would you even put me down that path if that's all you wanted? So it's just I think what I'm trying to say is instead of asking what we want and what your people wanted, or what you think you know about yourself or anything. What do you want to be? Who do you want to be? Because until you know that, I don't think you're going to be happy with any decision you make. Whether it's leaving us, staying with us, trying to rule over your people in the new age of Yanti, and he's like doing like little hand gestures to like make it all extravagant.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want? Because again, this can be confusing, and he's going to show you an image of you talking to him about going to the outside world when you first heard about that the outside world existed. And one conversation where you guys were in the house and he was talking to you about superheroes, and you told him about guilds for the first time and adventurers, and you said that now in that world people were like that, and you promised that you guys would do that someday. In this, and showing the image of just a little bit ago of you threatening to eat, and yeah, there's a sense of emotion of like, yeah, I get it, you were hurt, but like you threatening to eat people, and all the times that you've threatened to kill or hurt your auntie Kestrel, Criget, and other people who are trying to help, and like some of the other maybe not so great, not evil, but just kind of dick things that you've done. And he's no memories of you eating people, or of any of the stuff that you may enjoy just outright, but like just some of the other stuff that just seems to be like, why do these things? And there's kind of that emotional sense of why, what, which one is it? And then he just kind of looks at you, kind of grabs your hand. Do you let him?
Oh yeah.
And he's just gonna look down at you, and he's gonna be like, Scales, I'm here for you. I mean, I told you as far as our promise, and I don't even need that. Without it, I mean, I'm a bad liar, but I promise to be there for you. And if your place is away from us, then I will release you from your side of the pact. You can keep all the power. I don't want to be a burden to you. But do you know what you want? And what is it? Because just like me, I think you're kind of getting pulled in multiple directions. And I think out of everyone, I don't think you've ever fully reconciled with your past. And he's just gonna keep like looking in your eyes, waiting for a response.
Yeah. I imagine she's watering up. She's trying not to cry, and stuff.
I need you to, in this moment, do a wisdom saving throw.
See if I start ugly crying. Yeah.
Yeah, see if you start ugly crying.
Yeah. Yay! Ugly
You,
crying.
as soon as you hear all this, just that well of emotion again. You just kind of like, you're like, don't do it, and then you just start crying. And like he kind of, as soon as it starts crying, like he puts his hand on your shoulder and he kind of grips it, not like hard or anything, but like because his larger hand and like just because of his strength, like you feel like he's holding you up, but
Mhm.
also still kind of give. Again, because you guys are still mentally connected, there's a sense of like he's trying to give you the respect of standing on your own in this moment.
Yeah.
Why he's not fully going in for like a big hug.
Yeah.
He's more trying to be there to support you.
Yeah. I wish I didn't feel. I wish I never got these damned memories back. Yeah. Life as a Zaza was pretty grey. Life as Scales was pretty grey too. But those two cannot be together. It's tearing me apart.
So what do we do? I mean, you don't have to stop enjoying eating people, but I mean, if we take Azazu away, then is that the life you want? Or do we take away Scales? And I'm gonna tell you, Scales, if you go full with Azazu, I don't think you're gonna be able to stay here. And that's not for, me, that's for you. Because, I mean, I've had to tolerate your guys' stupidity. And I say this for everyone who's in that house and outside of it. for a very, I was gonna say a very long time, but it's only been a couple months. But it's been a lot to handle and deal with. I've been there for most of it. Um, I don't think that would work, and I don't think you need that burden if you're gonna go down that path.
You realize you killed my old self, Settlements, right?
So, sorry, repeat that.
Oh, you realize if you kill my old self, Settlements, right?
No. I still don't understand why you can't forge something new.
I don't even know how.
If the totality of Zazu is, and the totality of scales doesn't work together, then, you know, like science, break it down and combine parts you need. I mean, I don't think you fully hate either of them. I just think certain of their ideals and beliefs and even emotions and feelings are clashing with each other. I mean, you always tell stories that Yanti can't feel emotions, but you cry. Like, and he's gesturing towards you, like, still streaming down.
Yeah, and part of me feels sick for doing so. And there's
So-
another part of me feels great about it.
So
I can't
That's what
live
I
in that turmoil no more.
pick which one. If there's only a part of you that hates it, if you got rid of that, then it would be good. Just give up on feeling what you were taught. I know it's not going to be an instant change, but I mean, you know, like I said, sometimes it feels like you're putting on a show for an audience of one. It's not us.
Never has been.
So just don't. You don't need to around us. I mean, you don't have to be goody two shoes, you know, like I don't expect you to start acting like A-Star or, you know, like anything extreme, but I mean, maybe start taking steps. Like, I get acting, and I should have acted more harshly than I did today. I apologize, but we discussed that. We thought that talking would work, and I was gonna let everyone know once we got close, but that's no excuse. But I mean, again, like I feel like today could have been avoided if you would have just had faith in us, and we could have come up with a plan afterwards. I mean, no offense, but like those shackles, as I don't know if you noticed, wasn't really stopping most of us. And the bandits didn't know that, so I think that would have been advantageous. And this wouldn't be the first time either. There's been other times that if you would have just talked to people first, I mean,
You know full well Zazu doesn't talk, she takes what she wants.
okay, but do you have to when people are willing to give it? And do you want to take it, or do you just care about having it? Because if all you care about is having it, then I mean, just talk it out, figure out a way to get it. You don't need to take it. I mean, you're smart, you're super powerful, and I mean, have you looked at yourself? Like I don't think you're not gonna be able to get a lot of stuff in life. I mean, plus, I've also had sex with you. I know you could probably get a lot of stuff in life.
She also now gives him the look of like, what? Huh?
What? It was, I mean, you know, it was. Anyways,
You know why I did that, why?
I could only guess honestly at this point.
Because I wanted to take you.
Scales, see, I think there's another problem. I'm already yours. Auntie's is already yours. Kestrel is already yours, and I mean, honestly, with how A-Star talks about you, she's already yours. I think that's just Zazu just getting, you know, in the way of making you think you need to do something, but you don't. So again, which one do you want? I think you really need to spend, I mean, it's probably going to be a few days until we reach anything else. if you want, maybe just take some time to yourself and really think about who you want to be and what you actually want. And whatever that decision is after the time, I'll help in any way to make it possible. You know that, right?
I just say kill her off. She's doing my head in.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I'll just say kill her off. It's doing my head in. Because let's face
Still
it,
didn't
I'm not.
understand that.
Kill her off. It's doing my head in.
Well, who?
Zazu.
And again, you don't have to kill them off. Combine them if you want. I mean, you can be confident in, the queen of your life, but do you always have to snap at everyone in every single situation? Because I've seen you use tact before and, figuring out the situation to act accordingly. Zazu doesn't, because she's, fucking queen and you better know it. But Scales at least knew some tact sometimes. You were still figuring it out, let's be honest. Like, you're a good liar. You could have totally lied to those guards, just
I can't lie.
taking a breath.
actually
You
can't.
can lie.
No, I can't. I actually
Yeah,
can't.
you can. You can.
I can't. I actually can't. I am not proficient in deception.
You may not be proficient with it. Your overall charisma is out through the roof. And, if that doesn't help, there's always intimidation and all those other things. So,
I am good at scaring people.
Okay, so, and again, I don't know, it just seems like you feel like it's all or nothing, but does it have to be? So again, I think you just need to take a few days to figure out what you want to be. I mean, sure, it was fun being Zazu and all that fucking royalty and stuff like that, but have you seen the house? Have you seen what you got here? Yeah, we may have messed up a little bit today in the situation, but you kind of did too. If you let us know, we would have been there. We would have acted. You know that, right? So, what caused that conflict? Is that something that you want to continue, or basically you just need to really figure out what you want, what parts, because I mean, what do you really truly enjoy, and is it the way that you get to this stuff, or is it just the end goal? Because if it's the end goal, then there's a lot of stuff you could change about yourself. I mean, I'm still changing stuff about myself, and I gotta say, it's confusing sometimes because of some of the advice you guys give me, but I really think I'm enjoying the person I'm becoming. And I see you struggling, and I just want you to be the person you want to be, so then you're happy with it. And don't listen to me, what I want or think, or the tenets you placed out for me, or Scales or Zazu. Just, what do you want? Cut the bullshit. Cut your past from both sides. Just, what do you want? Who do you want to be?
For the longest time, I thought I wanted these emotions to stop.
Okay,
And
but
the other times, I've really enjoyed them.
to be fair, you have them. I don't know if that's something you can ever shut off.
Well, if I can't make that decision, though.
I think you're gonna have to.
But what if I can't, though?
Then Scales, I don't know if you'll ever successfully do a lot in life, especially with how you guys constantly tell me how dangerous this is and how dangerous it is out there. I mean, honestly, you may want to be like, Mrs. The Simpson family down from home. They live like 4 houses down from us. There was that cat lady. I think that's probably something you'd have to do, because I think you'd find struggle in anything. Because if you can't decide between Scales and Zazu, then no matter what you do, there's always going to be that time where the other is hounding the other. because they didn't line up in really anything. Besides both really liking the taste of human flesh. So I think that's just gonna stick either way.
It is really good.
I'll take your word for it. So, and you don't have to decide it now. And if you want to talk to me more, I can. If you want to talk to anyone else about it, I'm sure they'll be more than willing. But
No,
I think the only
this,
person who can really decide is you.
I think this needs to be done now.
Okay, then what?
Can you pick the best of both?
I don't even know what that would be. And I don't think it's my right. Doesn't matter. I don't think anyone should be given that right. This is your choice. This is you.
But you know me better than anyone.
No. Because if this is what you want, you're going to be someone brand new. And I think only you get to choose what that is. I think this is probably the only choice that really matters for anyone in life.
How about tomorrow? I'll think on it. Man, it's cold.
Yeah. Do you want me to help you back inside? You're shivering.
No, the shivering's actually helping me think.
Okay. Well, here, and he's gonna stand up, go to the house, open up the door, grab the toga that he threw down, and back out, wrap you around it a couple times,
Mhm.
and he's gonna prestidigitation it to heat it up.
You can do spells now.
Well, only only something that you and Auntie have, and one that A-Star has. I'm learning a lot from you guys.
Yeah.
And, maybe that's what you need to think about as well. What have you've learned from other people? Maybe there's traits neither of them have that you want to take on. I mean, it's your choice. Just know that whatever you decide, we're all here for you. And whatever you need, just talk to us. We'll be more than willing to help.
I'll talk to you in the morning, probably.
And he's gonna kneel down and
If not, though. And she's gonna, like, give him, if she's got a bag back, I don't know if she does or not, like, the key to the house.
I think if you're gonna decide anything that major, you at least owe it to everyone else to say it to our face.
No, because all of you would try and say no.
That's your final decision. I'll tell them to respect it. And I mean, I'm not saying I could beat them all in a fight, but they would really struggle to get past me. I'm pretty large. Not as large as A-Star, but I am also quick. Can you at least promise me that?
Okay.
And he's gonna kneel down and give you kind of like a kiss right on your forehead and kind of ruffle your hair a little bit.
Mhm.
Justice League, Justice League, and he starts getting louder as he's chanting it, going towards the house.
Yeah, she'll smile at her. But yeah, she's
Yeah.
essentially gonna stay out of the house and stay like really close to the fire. Like.
Fire.
I thought there was a fire there. I thought this
The
entire
wagon's in
time there was a
campfire
fire
right
there.
now.
What?
Nope, not even close.
Oh.
You're
We're
in
in
the
the
wagon
grass.
in the high grass.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought there was a campfire out there.
Well,
Yeah,
there's a
but
campsite, but we went to
notice
the grass.
Ah, no,
that
no,
the
no.
wagon
Ah, no,
has
no.
moved.
Is there a
The
campfire?
wagon has been moved.
Okay, never mind
It's no
then.
longer by the fire. It's in the tall grass. It's like 100, or it's like 80 or some feet away from the fire. Actually, no, it's from the edge of the high grass. So about
The
like
fire we just left burning.
Never mind then.
Just-
She won't be near the fire, but she thought she was this entire time.
No, you are cold. You are in a toga, but you're still cold.
Okay.
Also, I like the fact that we left that fire burning because fuck fire safety.
Kestrel, were you just waiting in the foyer this whole time?
Very much. I was actually just about to say that.
So you see the kid come in.
All right. How's it go?
She needs some time to think, but I don't. I mean, you can go out there. Just I wouldn't prod or poke too much.
Okay, I'll keep watch. Are you taking the night off?
I think I need to.
Okay, no worries. Auntie volunteered as well, so take care, buddy.
And thank you.
Kind of pats him on the shoulder and heads out.
Okay. Scales, you see Kestrel come out.
She's in thinking mode.
Yeah, he doesn't really. Well, she doesn't really like prod you. She just keep watch. You can tell that.
Okay. I'm trying to keep track of everything. Auntie, what were you doing?
Literally all I had was eat and sleep.
Okay. Yeah, at this point you're probably, getting yourself tucked into bed going like, one last little midnight toke. Okay. So, A-Star. About an hour after you get into your room, the door knocks.
Yes?
Door cracks open. Hey, it's me. Sorry it took so long. Can I, come in?
Of course.
And kind of comes in, closes the door. Sorry, had to deal with, a lot. Scales, she's, and sorry, I don't mean to immediately dump this on you. Scales is just struggling a little bit with a lot of stuff. I just wanted to talk to her.
It's fine, David. I'm just. Completely.
Oh, I can't hear you. It's the mic's not picking up.
Fine, David. I understand. Wouldn't want you to be my god if you didn't care about what you do.
Oh, I don't think it has to be with a god. I think it's just, she's like my sister. I love her. Like she's great sometimes. She can be a pain sometimes. She's still, family. I know she doesn't like that word, but that's what she is. Yeah. So, Revengers.
I want to show you something first.
Oh, I wanted to show you something too. And he's gonna start approaching you. And then as soon as he gets close, he looks at you for a moment, and you see him like kind of like focus at you for a moment, and he's like, "Whoa."
What is it?
Oh, and he like goes and asks the servant to bring over a mirror. He's like, "Look."
My eyes.
Alright, could you move the mic a little bit further away? It's like happy medium here. Happy medium.
My eyes.
And for the audience sake, because over the hour after, the event that happened, your eyes, or A-Star's eyes, are now black sclera, like those are the rest of the people in the party minus Kestrel, sorry. And instead of having circular pupils, they are now draconic in shape. Same color of everything else. The markings are now more of dragon scales and less of like growing tree and branches kind of going across her face. I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
She grew.
Yeah, and yeah, you're a little taller.
Wait. She's just gonna look at him.
Yeah,
I'm taller than you again.
yeah, he does that slight look up. He's like, I mean, I just caught up and. Wow.
Do you mind how I look now?
I think it looks nice. Your eyes are definitely like. I mean, it was hard to let you get lost in your eyes, and now it's like really sucking, like really drawing me in. Whew. The black sclera really has that effect on people's eyes. I should be really careful on how I stare at people. Oh
You're
yeah,
right.
and me. And he like goes over and he pulls back his hair a little bit, and you notice that his ears
Oh,
are
yes!
yeah.
The pointed, kind of like mine are.
Yeah.
And
Uh,
your hair looks.
oh yeah, yeah. It's Auntie pointed it out. It looks. I mean, it's still white, I guess. It just has that little bit of
Metallic.
yeah. Oh, also, and he like, "Yo, let me see your hand." And he
Yeah.
grabs your hand and like brings it onto the top of his head, and you feel like these two little bumps.
A real dragon now, aren't you, Damon?
I mean, I guess.
You had wings earlier.
Oh my gosh, am I gonna grow a tail someday? Ooh, actually, now that I think about it, may not want to. Scales might get a little over jealous. She might be like, "Oh no, you have legs and a tail. That's like cheating." I don't. She might. Yeah, she might have a word to say about that, or she'd be like, "Yeah," one of the two. Yeah. So, yeah, puberty's a bitch, I guess. um, hope you like it.
I love it.
And kind of blushes and smiles. Um, today's been a day. Can we just veg out to some movies and TVs?
Yes, but I wanted to show you
Oh
something
yeah, yeah. Sorry.
first. And she's gonna look and see if there's like one of the butlers nearby and ask for a piece of paper and a pencil.
Okay. They a moment later return with it.
I don't know if it was because of our connection now, which I have to say I very do love. Look at this. And she's just gonna write on the sheet of paper, my god, Damon, in Draconic.
Oh, my dog Damon. Hmm. Oh, I think you meant no. It's this symbol right here. You just got to change this one. Now it's my god Damon.
Oh,
Yeah, you said dog. It's very close. Draconic is a little rough. You know, some of the symbols if they get reversed. You know, it's okay. Yeah, you're learning. But wow.
I keep going.
I didn't even know you knew that language.
I didn't.
Huh.
Damon, I didn't even know how to read or write.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, that's awesome. Oh, we really need. Well, I guess we don't need it. A secret language if you know we can all talk to each other in the head. Wow. Yeah. You know, I learned something too from you.
What'd you learn?
This, and he kind of steps back, and his eyes begin to glow, and he's like, "I have the power," and it's just booming and kind of echoing through him. And then he's like, "Huh? Huh?
Damon. That's what you learned from me.
Well, I mean, I've learned a lot more than that, but yeah. Um,
What do you think of all this, Damon?
it's weird and wild, and sometimes it feels like a rush, but sometimes it feels scary. And, you know, meeting you has been crazy, even though we just lost some stuff. I found like I gained something new and something that honestly some of us needed. And it's just been a roller coaster. And can I kiss you?
Yes.
And he just kind of gives you a big kiss. And afterwards, he pulls away. Oh, it's been a night. I don't know. It's a lot sometimes.
I understand that. I mean, this is not how I expected the night to go.
Me neither. But I feel like the more you hang around us, and trust me from my time being around with all of us, I find that expecting things usually goes wrong anyways.
Like expecting to get gods.
I mean, I guess.
Do you expect anything, Damon?
I expect. I expect that you're really gonna enjoy this movie.
I think I will too.
What do you expect?
From what?
I mean, anything.
I don't know what to expect, Damon. And I don't want to bother you. My thought, feeling.
Can you repeat that last bit?
I don't
not
want to
bother
bother you with my thought, feelings right now. I can tell by looking at you. That's why I do.
And he kind of pauses, smiles at you. He's like, I am your new god, and after those kisses, maybe something else. So if you want to talk,
That
then
is a question. That is
Yeah.
probably something we should talk about.
yeah,
Like what you want.
I mean, I want you.
But how? Do you want to be friends? Do you want it to be physical? Do you want, I don't know, a courtship? Do you want?
Those all sound wonderful. Can I get a yes to all of those?
I think you found that so far I've had a very hard time telling you no, Damon.
Yes. I'm sorry if that imposes on you or anything. I mean, you can say no to anything. I mean, trust me, with one of our first conversations, I handle rejection pretty okay.
Well, the first conversation kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, again, my fault. Sorry.
No, I don't mind. This is the first time that I've felt somewhat okay in a long time.
Okay, so that's a start. So let me ask, what do you want out of this? I mean, besides the whole, like, oh, and he does like the hands praying motion. Like, what do you want between just us as people? Because I'm not the only one in this.
Do you know how you looked in my head that first night and saw my life and all the people?
Yes.
Did you notice there was anything you didn't see?
What was that?
Did you notice that there was something you didn't see?
I mean, there was a lot of things, mostly clothes. I mean, ooh, that's a big question to ask. I don't know. I feel like I can make a lot of guesses and I probably won't get it right.
We back home had things that they came and they go, yes. Sex came and sex left. People came and people left. And some found people that they called home. And I was never able to find that. I mean, that person I was able to call home just because I had my friends who loved me for me, and yes, occasionally sometimes, but that's neither here nor there. But they had people who to them, and it wasn't like they wanted me in that sense to have me fully. I've never had some want me, Damon, for who I am, for how I look, and for all of me. and just, I don't know, make me feel safe. And I haven't felt safe in 100 years until I got here, and I don't know, you make me feel safe, and I don't know what I'm talking about, Damon. I don't know what I'm
And he's
doing.
just gonna go in for like a really big hug. And he's gonna be like, I think I get it. And I'm not saying that like previously, like, I thought I got it and then I completely came out of left field and, completely whiffed it. I think I get it.
You make me feel safe. And I don't want.
I think then if that's the case, if I want you and you want me, I think the only thing we need to do, if neither of us really know what we're doing, is I think as adults just set rules.
Okay.
Communicate what we want.
Rules are good.
Okay. I know you have like a free, or you did, like free range, kind of like, and he's like making like scissoring motions and banging motions. Like free reign.
Not everyone was like that, but
I know.
yeah.
I didn't know if that's something that you wanted in your life, or if you had someone who did fulfill roles that you wanted, if you wanted that anymore. I know. I ask the big questions sometimes.
I don't think I'd have the emotional capacity to care about someone else that way.
Okay. So then, the first rule will be this is just us. This is a thing for me and you. And, I will keep it that way for as long as we continue this. It's not like some permanent binding contract or anything.
We already have one of those.
Yeah. So yeah, first rule. Done, taken care of. Second rule.
What do you care about?
He's like really thinking about it. Ooh, this is a lot. I want you to be honest with me. That's the only other rule. I'm a bad liar anyways. I just want us to be honest with each other. I think that's a good rule to have.
Terrible liar myself.
Okay, so honesty, we got it. Second rule down. See, we're doing good. Like, I think we're doing good. We got 2 down. Whew, this is hard.
Monogamy and honesty.
Yeah. Now I understand why Auntie has like a lot of loose rules. This is tough.
Yeah, rules are hard to make.
I think that's a good start.
Yeah.
I think that sets a lot of boundaries and a lot of understanding between us. And, in time, if there's a bother or something, we can just sit down and talk about it.
Communication. That's a good rule.
Yeah, I don't even think that needs to be a rule. I'm a pretty talkative, kind of just open person anyways.
Oh no. You've told me a whole life story in about 10 days.
To be fair, it's been a very short life. I've seen a lot, but 300 years, that's a lot.
300.
I'm feeling like a lot of it. Yeah, I feel like a lot of it would be just on like repeat though. Like, oh, this feels familiar because like 100 days ago or like 100 years ago, you were doing the same thing.
Very much so, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. But communication, yes.
Sounds good.
And he's gonna bring you back in for a tight hug, and he's just gonna look up at you because you're taller than him, and just kind of look at your lips for a moment and just go in for another kiss. Kind of like steps out his tippy toes a little bit.
She'll lean into this one.
Okay. And after he pulls away, so let me show you how to play with this magic box.
Alright. I don't know if you've noticed, I don't have a bed in here, I just kind of have a hammock. So we might have to lay on the floor. Is that okay with you? I mean, I know I'm okay.
I
What?
mean, yeah, I'm fine. I mean, this is really comfy grass. Like, I don't know what type of grass this is, but Scales nailed comfy grass. Like, this is super comfy.
This is exactly how it felt back home.
And then he's going to start to teach you the basics of the TV box. Go ahead and roll an intelligence check just to see if you can figure out how to mess with your TV from here on out. Or whether you're going to have to be like, hey man, servants, I need to change the channel. It just keeps turning on and off again. Okay, you got the basics of the remote down. Big scary TV is not so scary anymore. And after he gives you a quick little class, he's gonna just cuddle up with you and turn on the first of the series of the Revenger series, Copperman. Yeah. So that's gonna be your guys' evening until you guys eventually pass the fuck out. And yes, the movies are basically just Marvel ripoffs.
Figured.
We'll say you probably get through like Copperman and probably more. You know, the Greek god movie. I don't know, just whatever. Yeah. So that's that. Okay, that's gonna be timeline to there. Okay, so Auntie, or actually Kestrel.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still
Auntie,
outside.
first, would you be like setting like a servant or something to wake you up after the hour so you could do your watch?
Yeah, I figure whenever Castro came in, he would have me woken up.
Got it. Okay, just didn't know
Yeah.
if that would be
Yeah.
the triggering event. So Kestrel, first Scales,
Yeah.
Constitution saving throw.
Thank you. As she has
Because
a
you're
lit-
sitting the fuck out here, and that heat from the prestidigitation is only gonna last so long.
7.
Okay,
I have
you
stuck
start
on
getting-
enough on
yeah.
those.
it starts getting like really fucking cold, and even as like the prestidigitation wears off the first one, you're like, oh fuck, prestidigitation. It's not enough to keep you warm, and you're starting to lose concentration on it and stuff. You're like, fuck, you know, like it's just fucking up. And that's like, you know, like an hour and some after being in there.
Damn. Freaking cold.
Kesher, you see this?
Maybe you should go inside, Scales.
No, the cold's helping me think. Somewhat.
Hang on a
As
second.
there's like the faintest bit of like frost on the bit of her snot and tears. Because yes, it is starting to get to that type of cold out here.
Yes, it's
I
cold.
figured.
Especially since there's no heat coming off your body.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be a smart idea to do firebolt in high grass. Probably-
Definitely not now.
Probably not a smart idea.
I mean, you can certainly try.
I am no. Just no. Hey, Kestrel, weird question.
Yeah.
If you had to kill off either Assassins or Scales, which one would you do and why? Or which one do you like the best? You know why. Just play with me for a minute.
I guess so. I'll approach the, carriage.
Scales.
And Scales, yeah. And say,
Keep in mind, you're probably gonna have to be in the wagon to see over the high grass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, basically, guess we'll approach Scales and say, Scales, well, I have my own opinion. That's a choice only you can make.
Well, then a second opinion helps, you know.
she'll smile and say, well, you know, I would say that I know you may have had a connection to your past that I didn't have, but I would say there's a couple options there. You know, you could be Scales, you know, the one we knew at home, which I did prefer, but I do like some concepts of Zazu. You know, her confidence. She's fearless, although like it's sometimes like too fearless. Slightly chuckles. But whether or not you want to full on get rid of one or maybe mix the two, I mean, you see me, you know, I'm not fully the Kestrel I was at home.
Then how would you mix the two?
Say maybe keep the almost kindness and you know keep the good and keep the bad, or sorry, keep the good and get rid of the bad.
Like, well, what's good? Because frantically, they both, you know, it depends on the perspective of who's asking. Oh yeah,
I know.
Scales is kind and emotional and happy, and that's good. Zazu would hate that though, like absolutely hate that though. Hate it with a passion. She is confident and, you know, super powerful and takes what she wants, but then everyone says that that's really bad. So what is it? She sees that as good.
Yeah, I know. I know the kind of people Zazu is, and I know that was you, Scales, in previous life. The reason why I like calling you Scales versus Zazu is because I like Scales more. I don't mean that to offend you in any way, but I did like Scales more. But in the end, it still is your decision. I mean, heck, you could just kind of abandon both of them and just try to be a different person entirely.
Well, that's poor luck at that point. You think someone born out of corruption can be purified like that?
Hold on 1 second, because I'm going inside.
Okay.
That's out of character.
Man, bad timing.
Could you repeat that?
Yeah. She was basically saying is like, can someone, I was say, someone born out of pure corruption ever be purified? One that's not known to ever be pure in the first place.
I like to hope so. I mean, I told you about my past. I mean, my father raped my mother. Never knew either of them. And literally, from the get-go, I was never really set with good in mind. Try to be good. And if that's something you want, you can aspire to be that as well, I think. I mean, you know, Duvall had his opinions. You know, she kind of looks a bit like, you know, stark like that, but I do think we get the freedom to make our own choice.
And it's great as you're like sitting there just watching Kestrel have this conversation. You just see the moths kind of floating around, flapping around her, and you hear just a faint bit of music kind of emanating.
I think that's my problem. I've never known it, and all of a sudden I got it. I don't want to lose it.
Lose what?
Being free. Oh, that nose. But then... How can I ever be free if I'm not me? Deep down, I'm always hiding something.
Skills, I know, I don't fully know every time what's going on with you, but each time I look at you, and kind of breaks my heart in my own way that it doesn't seem you are free. And I want you to be. I really do. Because you keep on talking about like how, oh, I can't feel emotions because that was a Yanti thing, or oh, these things are, not what I would do or what I was taught to do. Is that really what you want to be? Listening to people, hopefully anyway, are long dead.
I don't know what I want to be. I just want to be alive. That's it. That's all I ever wanted.
And you are alive now, but
There's no point living though if you feel dead inside though.
Maybe try to think of that. What would you want after? Because surviving is one thing, but truly living, truly being alive, that's something you got to think about. I think what I liked about Illustrate was, I still struggle with who I was and who I am now, but there was just that other path of being that I'd never really heard of before.
Damn internal conflicts.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Damn internal conflicts.
They are not fun, yeah.
Whoever had the bright idea of sticking me in the jar? I mean, we know who had the bright idea of sticking me in the jar. I wouldn't have this problem, It would have been fine. I would have been dead, but it would have been fine, It's like, how do I put it? You're free now, you're like a top-notch lady drow, yay, cool. But then if someone took that away and put you into like pathetic, tall male drow type thing, you've already had the taste of the nice stuff. And the two conflict. Yeah. I kinda don't want to say it again. Hello?
Hello, sorry.
Hey.
You said in the two conflict. Anything else?
Yeah, she was basically saying like, hey, you got a taste of freedom, in charge, female drow stuff, cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then what if they, you had that taste and then they immediately brought you back into the pathetic state that you was before? Tied up and forced to do stuff. But you already had that taste of freedom.
Mm-hmm.
But then what if you was brought back? You hate it.
Yeah, I probably would. Is that what you feel with around us? Do you not feel free?
Yeah. It's not just around you, it's myself as well. So both my skins tearing each other apart because they just don't, work.
Well, whether you choose to be free in that, you know, you want to change yourself, or maybe you feel that, you know, not being away from us, or sorry, being away from us is would make you free. I can't make that decision for you. That's yours to make. But I do gotta say, despite our conflict skills, I do care about you, and it does tear me up to see you so hurt.
Damon said the same thing.
Well, it's because it's not just him; it's all of us.
Perhaps it's because I've been alone for so long, it doesn't really matter to me so much. I don't know. Never needed to care for anyone before, so you know. Meh.
Yeah, I feel that a lot actually. I didn't have anybody before. It was just, you know, cold. That's the best way I can describe it. And I think that's why I chose to, you know, not be. Hang on, this is me. Let's try looking up the notes. Ustasha Hole. What was it again, Damon? Kestrel's name?
Ustastoro.
Ustasha. I think that's why I chose not to be Ustasha Hole, because I have something now that he never had, and it makes me happy.
Probably the one thing I missed the most was Oku.
It was so cool.
You know that slave person I told you about?
Yeah.
Him.
He made you happy?
Yeah. Yes, I talked about love and stuff, and by the time I actually realised it, I was already sticking the poison down his throat, so you know. A little too late.
I'm sorry.
I think that's when I died then.
So is that when Azazu died?
Yeah, effectively.
So then the person you were after that wasn't Azazu, it was someone else.
There were nothing. Quite literally that.
Do you think that you could find something to make you happy?
Honestly, no.
But do you want to try though?
Honestly, I have no idea. Probably not.
Why don't you want to try?
If it's anything like the last one, they'll end up dead too.
So you're scared it'll end the same way?
It's one thing having someone else killing your love, it's one thing doing it yourself. After that, it was just anger and pain, and giving up.
Anger and pain, strong emotions. And they can kind of overpower certain things, like your perception.
Mm-hmm.
I think you really gotta take a look at what you like from us, from your past life, from scales, from everything. Try to look at it clearly. see what would potentially make you happy or make you just not so hurt.
You know, once full about having no emotions, it'd be so much easier. Like, so much easier having none.
She chuckles at that and says, "Well, it sounds fun, but it is much, much colder than you would expect."
But I wouldn't care about it because I got no emotions. Yeah. Yeah.
Sure, you want to go outside? Cause you look. I imagine there's like an icicles hanging off her, like freaking like cheek.
It's not cold enough to do icicles, but there was frost, definitely.
Yeah, just kind of lightly brushing frost off her cheek, like not healthy for you to be out here. I'm acclimated
Really,
to
her
it.
cheek, it's mostly like right underneath her nose from the
Does
snot.
happen, yeah.
Yeah. She has like 2 little fans coming out of her nostrils.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll think on it. I was gonna give him my answer tomorrow friendly. If I think too much about this, I won't ever make a decision.
Making a decision, it's hard to do. It's something you gotta do, but don't rush it either. And if you need any more advice or someone to talk to, I'm willing to oblige. So is any of the others.
Bella agrees.
Bella does agree. I know, you agree, don't you, Bella? Yeah. But I think she's actually genuinely concerned about my well-being. She's trying to wag a tail, cheering me up. Like, I'm actually okay, Bells. RP. RP. Yeah. But she'll go in and be like, yeah, I'll think about it. And she'll go to her room and have some of the auntie drink.
Okay, it is fucking freezing, and like as soon as you start hitting the warmth of the house, you're like, oh, thank everything. Oh,
I imagine she like asks the servants, it's like, hey, can you just heat this up a bit? And turn it basically to a moldy auntie wine almost.
yeah, too easy. They can easily do that.
Yeah, and she'll clock out.
Okay. And after a little bit, Castro, you feel like your watch is basically finished.
Okay. Kester will go inside and check it out, Auntie.
Okay. Do you try to go wake Auntie up, or do you just send someone? Okay. You go up to her room, and it is locked.
Knock on the door. Auntie?
It wouldn't be locked because I never lock my door.
Because of Scales' order, yes it is.
Oh.
Sorry. Them the rules.
Auntie refused to sleep in a closed room.
You also might not know.
You wouldn't know.
This is true.
You wouldn't know.
I think though. I think
Because every time you go to open up your door, it opens.
Yeah.
Either way, you hear a knock at the door.
Yeah, there's a knock at the door.
Yeah. Yeah, I would get up and open it.
Hey, Auntie. My watch is over.
All right.
Are you okay?
That's a bit of a loaded question, isn't it?
Oh, hang on. How about because damn, like the goggles just work automatically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How about you borrow these? I can hang outside for a couple more minutes, and we'll just chat for a bit, and then I'll take off my watch.
If you're sure about that.
Yeah, we can chat for a bit. So good. So Kester will hand you the night goggles, so you have night vision.
Okay. I'll start putting them on as we walk outside.
Okay.
Yeah, just give me back those when you're done, because I do need them.
Don't worry. I'll make sure the servants have them back in your room.
Okay, good.
Also, Kestrel, depending on how long you try to take, and depending on how you guys, when you start the day, you might not technically gain the benefits of a long rest.
I'm just saying 5 minutes, like literally just.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm just saying, keeping that in mind.
Yeah, definitely. She's not gonna stay out all night with the
Cool
Call of
beans.
Duty.
You guys head outside. It's
Yeah.
fucking chilly. It's fucking cold.
Mhm.
But even without the goggles, you're still able to see a little bit, Kestrel, because there is, for the first time in a while, you guys are out. Like, a good chunk of the visual is kind of covered by, the tall grass.
Mhm.
But the top portion of the opening is there, and there is, a moon out. And it's not full or anything, but there is that moonlight.
Gotcha. What's on your mind? What is it?
Well, truthfully, it kind of caught me as moments where I haven't had a chance to think about it. There's a lot. I'd be lying if I said what Scale says and has been saying hasn't affected me.
Yeah, you kind of caught it at a raw moment. You okay? Like, what'd she say? I mean, I talked to her myself, but
I mean, it was basically more of, well, as it was in the fight before,
hmm
not being family, which I get it. I hoped that I could make something. My muse and I, all we wanted was a family. But of course, to be together, we couldn't have it.
hmm
I figured we were already so close, and if I can make a family of my own, let's bring to her. Something. I mean, nothing's going to make up for years of hell she's going through. But something or two. Something for her.
hmm
For them. And I feel like I haven't done anything to try and make my way there. And this thing I'm trying to make, it's crumbling. It's. Am I going about this all wrong?
Well, I don't know much about your muse, but your quote unquote adopted family, I guess us, we have our problems, and right now Scales is trying to figure out who she wants to be. And, sorry to say, not all families stick together.
Yeah. I've been thinking about that. I need to find my muse. And everyone here has expressed that they want to help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thankful for that. At the same time, bless you.
Thank you.
It really is cold out here, isn't it?
Apparently.
And I'm thankful for that fully. I just don't know where to start with this. I don't know if you all can actually help. I don't know.
Well, on some hand level, we just need more information, like maybe we can find a library sort, see kind of what realms exists. I mean, they kind of got to do it for the whole. She points to the carriage, celestial stuff, but definitely sure. Like, if we can find that kind of information, we can probably find some information on other realms or things like that. And we kind of already got a bit highfalutin goals already. Literally creating a god, taking down a god. I'm sure we can add your muse to the list. Gets those lightly chuckles.
You're not wrong. No. But I also think I need to start thinking for myself.
Yeah. I do see you put a lot of time into this family, Auntie, but you know, there it is. Not it's not selfish to think about yourself and what you want and need.
I need my muse back, Kestrel.
Okay.
And be honest, if there was a portal right there, and I didn't even know where it led to, but I was convinced. No, I would be convinced it would bring me closer,
Mm-hmm.
and I would jump through it.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't second question anything about it. And honestly, knowing me, I might forget to say goodbye.
They also are making the assumption that you'd be the only one jumping in.
True. I just worry that looking for my muse is standing in the way of what everyone else needs.
I don't know. I'll need something, and we can all work towards it together. We just got to be willing to.
Okay. Guess we'll keep in mind rest
Yeah,
time.
I was about to ask. Yeah, is it about that time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta go back inside so I can get some rest. But are you gonna be good here?
Yes, these goggles actually seem to work pretty well. Thanks.
Okay. Everyone's taking rest, but if you need anything, let us know.
I'll be fine. Thank you.
All right. She kind of gives Auntie a hug and then heads inside.
Okay. Auntie, I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Yay!
Because it's fucking cold.
That's why.
Nice.
The power
am
of the
one with the
goggles,
beanies.
because you can see, you know where the heat is, so you
Yes.
sit there. No, you just make sure to bundle into the back by the door. Keeping your body, close to something so you can create that little pocket of air heat. And you just make sure to rub your arms and you know, keep a beanie on. Maybe you pull in your bag and grab a couple more beanies, and you just beanie up a little bit, two on your shoulders, one on each of your hands.
I imagine you've got a beanie over your
Two
mouth
under
and you're
your
breathing hot air into it, and then you immediately put it on your face.
Yeah, basically like that. You're just beanied up, beanie protection, and because of that, yeah, you're able to stave off the freezing cold. It's so cold, it's uncomfortable. But go ahead and roll me perception without disadvantage.
Yay! I'll just be in that one.
Nice.
6. It's fucking cold. Every once in a while, you think you hear something, but you're like, oh shit, that's just my teeth clattering. Oh fuck, it's cold. Yeah, but the sun begins to rise. You survived your first day out of the forest. Yay!
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 And on that note, I think we're gonna end it there.
Yay!
Okay.
Yeah.
GD.
That's so cool.
Yeah. Okay. So end the stream.
Will do. Bye bye.
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 Bye.